morning. Molweni. Silungiselela ukuqala ngoku. Masixolise nje ukuthi sithathe ithutyanyana lo uqala emva kwaxesha. Kodwa siyathembisa into yoba we will sizawuzama eleqe ixesha. Let me take the time to apologize for starting a bit late, but we promise in terms of the program we will try and catch up for time. I know it's a Friday, and Gugombo City is one of the nicest cities on a Friday towards the long weekend. So we'll try not to keep you here, but to give you all you are here for. In terms of my own program, we are supposed to stand up for the national anthem. Otata bathuli minqwazi. Abantu beprotocol ke bathi sibamba nje izandla eqaleni. Are we ready for the national anthem? Can you stand? Thank you. It's encouraging to see. But you can also sing the other parts as well. You know, nobody benefula nje imilomo kodwa nova I could see the words ukuthi ziya kulandawo efanelekileyo. Mandithathe lithuba to the Honorable Deputy Minister Honorable Sihle Zikalala, the Honorable MEC Uspokazi City, the leadership of the cidb infrastructure, SANRAL, and all distinguished guests, stakeholders present. And ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor and privilege to welcome you to the Buffalo City Municipality, to this important Eastern Cape Contractor Development Roadshow hosted here in East London. We gather here today at a critical moment of our country and for our province. Across South Africa, infrastructure is under strain. Roads are deteriorating. Water system is aging. Demand for reliable services continues to grow as our communities are growing. As municipalities, we are at the coalface of service delivery. when pipe bursts, when road is damaged, when the project stalls, it is the municipality that residents tend to first. And rightfully so, because infrastructure is not just about the bricks and tar, it's about dignity, economic opportunities, and the daily life experience of our people. Without infrastructure, there is no economy. Without infrastructure, there is no investment. Without infrastructure, the future is bleak. That is why this roadshow is so important. It speaks directly to the need to strengthen contractor capacity, especially among our emerging and local contractors. Because if we are serious about transforming the construction sector and accelerating delivery, we must invest in the growth of small, medium, micro enterprises. These are not just small businesses. These are future industry leaders. These are employers of tomorrow. These are drivers of inclusive economic growth in our communities. As Buffalo City, we are already planning a number of catalytic infrastructure projects aimed at improving service delivery, stimulating economic activity. And among these, the upgrading and rehabilitation of key municipal road networks, particularly in the high traffic and economical significant corridors to improve mobility, support for local business. Water and sanitation upgrades, including replacement of aging pipelines and expansion of bulk water capacity to ensure reliable supply to our growing communities. The revitalization of urban nodes, including inner city regeneration projects that are aimed to attract investment, to create jobs and restore dignity of our public spaces. Human settlement and housing infrastructure development, ensuring that we do not just build houses, but integrate sustainable communities. Also, the stormwater and flood mitigation projects, which are increasingly critical as we respond to the realities of climate change and project vulnerability communities. And our ongoing work with partners on strategic transport logistic infrastructure, recognizing Buffalo City role as a key economic hub in the Eastern Cape. However, we must be honest, we cannot deliver on these ambitious projects alone. We need capable, skilled, and empowered contractors. We need partnership between government, industry bodies, and the private sector. We need pipeline of projects that mesh by our pipeline of complete service providers. That is why platforms like this roadshow are very important to us. They create a space for engagement, they unlock opportunity for mentorship and development. They ensure that the emerging contractors are not left behind but actively supported to grow, compete, and deliver. If we get this right, we build capacity, improve oversight, accelerate delivery. We will not only fix infrastructure, we will rebuild trust with our communities. We will demonstrate that our government can deliver. We will stimulate economic growth. We will create jobs where are needed most. Let us use this to engage, to move from conversation to action. Let us ensure that when we speak about infrastructure, we speak about implementation, impact, and inclusion. Once again, I welcome you to the Buffalo City, and we are honored to host you. We're looking forward to a meaningful, productive engagement. I thank you. That was the mayor of Buffalo City. Now I am the program director. senamkelwe kule occasion enkulu kangaka. In terms of our program, there is going to be a message of support. Ndiyawuthanda kumculo DJ uphakamise. My selector, you must please uphakamise MEC waka Human Settlement and Public Works. Uyakuthanda ujiva nje indlu ke sive ku Friday namhlanje. I know on a contractor, they do both, they work hard and they play hard. So please, my selector. Are you not ready? No, collaborations, they must not stop at this level.
Thank you, DJ, for saving me. Thank you, DJ, for saving me. I want to take this opportunity and extend my greetings to the Deputy Minister of Public Works, Deputy Sihle Zikalala, the MMC for Infrastructure in the Buffalo City Municipality, Honorable Mfazwe, Usihlalo we-CIDB, Khulile Nzo. Khulile Nzo DM is Umkhaya. Unfortunately, that's why CIDB is frequenting the province, but he's one of our own, the CEO, Mr. Dladla. But I want to greet all the representatives of the various stakeholders. We saw others downstairs. We saw representatives from various government institutions, all our guests that are here. It's a beautiful day, Deputy Minister. But today they are in heels and ties. So indeed, it's a beautiful day for the province of the Eastern Cape. We appreciate this day. Because for us, this is a very important and a much needed occasion. The roadshow CIDB. It's not merely an event, but we view it as a strategic intervention that speaks directly to the future of the construction sector, the transformation of our economy, and the empowerment of the people of the Eastern Cape. So for me, it's a privilege to be standing here before you and convey this message on behalf of the government of the Eastern Cape, the Department of Public Works, Infrastructure, and Human Settlement. And we are indeed honored to be part of such a significant initiative because it seeks to strengthen, empower, and elevate the emerging and the developing contractors of our province. And it comes at a critical moment in our country's development trajectory, as South Africa continues to confront the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. The construction sector in that program remains one of the most powerful levers that are available to us for driving inclusive economic growth, stimulating local enterprises, and creating sustainable livelihoods. It is therefore both timely and necessary that we invest intentionally in the development of our emerging contractors, particularly those that are from historically disadvantaged communities like our province. So as the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we fully support the deliberate and strategic effort by CIDB to build a more inclusive, resilient, and transformed construction industry. This initiative is firmly aligned with our priorities that are articulated in our 2026 and 27 budget vote, where we committed to playing a leading role in the development of emerging contractors, the expansion of the local industrial capacity, and the progressive unlocking of opportunities within the material supply and manufacturing value chain. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is a well-established and a widely accepted truth that the infrastructure development is the bedrock of economic progress. roads, schools, hospitals, housing development, our bridges, our water systems, and public facilities. They're not simply physical structures, but they are enablers for human dignity, instrument of social justice, and catalyst for economic participation. Our infrastructure connects communities to markets. It links our children to schools, patients to healthcare, workers to opportunities, and businesses to growth. It is this way that infrastructure serves as both a social equalizer and an economic multiplier. However, the success of any infrastructure program cannot be measured solely by the number of projects completed or the value of the capital invested. It is true that our success lies in the extent to which it transforms lives, expands opportunities, builds local capacity. It is for that reason that infrastructure delivery must go hand in hand with enterprise development. If we are to realize the vision of a capable developmental state, then our infrastructure program must deliberately nurture and support a new generation of contractors, particularly our Black-owned, women-owned, youth-owned, and those owned by people living with disabilities. Now, these enterprises must not merely participate at the margins of the economy, but they must become central players in the construction value chain. The seventh administration has correctly identified infrastructure delivery as one of the most critical catalysts for economic growth, social inclusion, and spatial transformation. Within the Eastern Cape, this imperative carries an even greater significance. Our province continues to bear the scars of the apartheid spatial planning, which deliberately excluded the majority of our people from economic opportunity and access to quality services. Vast rural areas remain underdeveloped, while many urban communities continue to face significant infrastructure backlog. The task before us, therefore, is not to simply build infrastructure, but to use infrastructure as a strategic tool to redress historical injustices, unlock economic potential, integrate communities, and expand access to opportunities. This is why our department places such a strong emphasis on leveraging on infrastructure delivery as a catalyst for contractor and enterprise development. In the 25-26 financial year, through our flagship integrated contractor development program, we provided a targeted support to 100 contractors across our province, and this program, implemented in close partnership with the CIDB, is specifically designed to strengthen the capacity, competitiveness, and sustainability of emerging contractors. The support provided through ICDB is comprehensive and practical. It includes recognition of prior learning assessments, induction workshops, business compliance support, technical mentorship, and a detailed skills audit. And these interventions are intended to identify capacity gaps, build technical and managerial competency, and position contractors for long-term participation and growth within the construction sector. But importantly, our transformation agenda is not theoretical, it is measurable. Our contractors currently supported through the ICDP, 45% are women-owned enterprises, a further 45% are youth-owned businesses, and while 2% enterprises are owned by persons living with disabilities. And these figures reflect our unwavering commitment to inclusive economic transformation and our determination to ensure that those who have historically been excluded are meaningfully integrated in the mainstream of the economy. But support without access to opportunities is really insignificant and insufficient. And that's why we have gone a step further, recognizing that market access is fundamental for enterprise growth. As the department, we have ring-fenced 20 infrastructure projects currently at a procurement stage exclusively for CIDB grade 1 to 6 contractors that are participating in the ICDP program. And these projects are expected to be awarded during the second quarter of the current financial year. Now, this intervention is deliberate. It ensures that contractor development is not confined to classrooms and workshops, but it is translated into real work opportunities, real revenue streams, real experience, and real growth. So, ladies and gentlemen, we also believe that the future of the construction industry will depend not only on access to projects, but also on access to knowledge, innovation, and technology. In this regard, we welcome and strongly support the recently launched CIDB Iwusu Center of Excellence. This center has the potential to become a vital hub for research, innovation, training, and thought leadership within the built environment. It can help generate practical and evidence-based solutions to the complex challenges that are facing the construction sector, while also equipping contractors with the tools and the knowledge needed to compete in an increasingly dynamic, technologically advanced environment. So as a province, we see enormous value in the strategically linking initiatives such as this roadshow to the work of the Centers of Excellence, and together they can create an integrated ecosystem of support, one that combines training, mentorship, research, innovation, and market access. Such an ecosystem is essential if we are to build a construction industry that is not only inclusive, but also competitive, sustainable, and future-ready. The Eastern Cape is rich with talent, entrepreneurial energy, and the untapped potential. Across our towns, villages, and cities, there are countless emerging contractors who possess the determination, creativity, and ambition to succeed. What they require is access to skills, access to finance, access to technology, access to networks, and above all, access to opportunities. And that is precisely why partnerships such as the one between CIDB, the provincial government, are so important, because no single institution can transform this sector alone. It requires a coordinated, collaborative, and a sustained effort that involves government, industry bodies, financial institutions, academic institutions, and the private sector. So through collaboration, we can remove barriers to entry, we can strengthen support systems, create an enabling environment in which emerging contractors can thrive. We are also mindful of the development of contractors that must be accompanied by the growth of the local supply chain. The construction sector offers immense opportunities not only for contractors, but also for manufacturers, suppliers, artisans, transporters, and a range of small and medium enterprises that are operating across the value chain. So by strengthening local procurement and supporting domestic manufacturing, we can ensure that infrastructure investment delivers a broader economic benefits. So every brick that is manufactured locally, every door that is supplied by a local enterprise, every transport contract that is awarded to a community-based operator, it contributes to job creation and economic circulation within our province. In this way, infrastructure becomes more than an expenditure item, but it becomes an engine of local economic development. So as a department, we remain firmly committed to creating an enabling environment for contractor growth, and this includes improving procurement systems, promoting fair access to opportunities, combating corruption and collusion, ensuring that public infrastructure programs are implemented efficiently, transparently, and with integrity. We understand that emerging contractors often face significant challenges, including limited access to finance, delayed payments and administrative burdens, and an unequal competition. These challenges are real and they require a deliberate policy and institutional responses. We are therefore committed to working with all stakeholders to address these barriers and to create a more supportive and inclusive operating environment. To the emerging contractors that are present here today, allow me to say you're not merely participants in the economy, but you are builders of our future. You are the architects of transformation, the creators of jobs, and the partners through whom we will deliver infrastructure that changes lives. Your growth is not only important for your businesses, it is essential for the growth of our province and our country. We encourage you to seize the opportunities that are presented by this roadshow, engage fully, learn continuously, build networks, embrace innovation, and position yourselves for a long-term success. The future belongs to those who prepare for it. As the Eastern Cape government, we reaffirm our unwavering support for all initiatives that promote sustainable growth, transformation, and excellence within the construction sector. We remain particularly committed to supporting emerging contractors because we recognize that they will serve as an anchor force in building the infrastructure, the economy, and the communities for tomorrow. So, in conclusion, Program Director, allow me once again to express our appreciation to CIDB, the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, DM, our provincial leadership, and all stakeholders who have committed and contributed to making this initiative possible. Your commitment to collaboration, innovation, and transformation demonstrates what can be achieved when institutions work together in pursuit of a common goal. So together, let us build the Eastern Cape in which emerging contractors are empowered, communities are uplifted, and infrastructure serves as a foundation for a shared prosperity. Thank you.
I must pin this abnormal, special. Engosi MEC, ubethe kwavokoteka. The theme of today is saying we're building contractors, building businesses, turning South Africa into construction. And Zawbiza chairperson, but before I call the chairperson, one of the professors, Professor Bonang Mohale, I hear this thing at the end of inclusive economy. He then argues, who's supposed to invite who to the inclusive? Who are we including? So we had a discussion at the end this morning. We combat runner. Mnandi 5-kilometer walker. So we encourage it starts there before you get to comrades. So the emerging contractors before you get to be a big, it starts small. But government, I think government in this sense is opening up for inclusive economy. So to talk to our emerging contractors who are likely to employ our children and our grandchildren in the future. They start now. Thank you.
Molweni, thank you, Program Director, MMC, MEC, Lusiti, and Kumsha, representative of the Mayor, our Deputy Minister, Honorable Sihle Zikalala. Ladies and gentlemen, I think umnandize apha uzothetha nabantu be-industry. Andizanga uzolectureish. So I'm assuming I'm talking to the real business people, to the implementing agents, to the people who are directly involved in this industry. So my duty is simple. Ndivuke kusasa, and I moisturized myself with coconut oil and cinnamon. And I'm sure Amadoda in the room will know what cinnamon does. So in essence, I'm aroused and I'm excited to be here. My second objective was to look smart and sharp, which I think I did, thank you. And thirdly, to speak the truth and hopefully to inspire you to build. But in all seriousness, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here because there is a golden thread connecting our discussions from the National Construction Summit that was held in Gauteng last year to the work that we are doing now, today, in East London. In essence, sizolungisa. Yoba kwa Moshabani, kwa TNP, asisayingeni. We're here to fix. Ladies and gents, I will not go into the detail about the dates leading up to the 27th of April, Monday, which is Freedom Day. On 27th April, we commemorate the dawn of democracy. But for the entrepreneurs in this room, freedom has a very practical meaning. Economic freedom has been a bit of a distant dream for some of us. Fraud and corruption has been the order of the day. Stealing of government resources and brazen looting has been the norm. Fly-by-nights, extortionists seem to be the rulers of the day. Sivangabo. Paying officials to be paid has put so much value with coke. Funeke ukupe coke, it ringi, and that now defines your success or your failure. This is not the freedom we anticipated. But today is Zolungis. True freedom is the ability to build a sustainable business. It is the freedom to compete on a level playing field and move from survivalist, but is a baggy builder, to contracting, to strategic business leadership. Ladies and gents, we're here to ensure that the heritage of the Eastern Cape is not just one of a struggle, but one of soaring success and world-class construction. This is not going to be a once-off event, Tiani Tembis. This is the third Contractor Development Roadshow, following our successful sessions in KwaZulu-Natal, Northern Cape, and now Eastern Cape. We are here because last year, at that National Construction Summit, DM, we resolved that we will reach each and every province by November 2026 to listen, to hear what the problems are, and to provide solutions. Today is a direct implementation of those summit resolutions. We aren't here to talk shop. Today is designed to be hands-on and opportunity-focused, to listen to you and to bring about solutions. Our technical masterclass and infrastructure pipeline projects presentations are here to provide you with a clear roadmap of what projects are coming, where they are, and exactly how you can participate. A key resolution again from the summit was to train 1,000 contractors on construction management systems. Now, construction management systems, DM, I've received quite positive feedback. Really, it is for those contractors who are serious in the business of construction. It improves your management system so that you can deliver better. Those who have attended have come back and said, hey, this is worthwhile. Now I actually understand what I'm doing. Now we are insisting on this program that you participate because people who come from that industry, and they come here and they dictate. We want people who are serious, who are invested about their industry and their success, who want to participate in this industry and develop. The training has happened, MEC, here in the Eastern Cape. Flagstaff, I believe contractors were trained, positive feedback, and here in East London, I mean in PE. And I'm told that in East London, the training will be here in June. I encourage you to participate. Who knows? In our efforts to professionalize this industry, who knows? Maybe this just might be a requirement for you to upgrade. Why are we doing all of this? Because the market doesn't just reward those who can lay the straightest brick. It rewards those with the best systems, tightest compliance, and the strongest risk management tools. That's why the CMS training is important. On that note, I'm incredibly proud, DM, right here, Kukombo, we are recognizing a group of contractors who have completed this training. You will see them now. And the action. Congratulations to those contractors that you will see now. Those who have participated in this program, my message to you is that you are proving that capability is not a choice. You are moving towards better project outcomes, fewer stalled projects, fewer delayed projects, fewer terminated projects, better safety and higher quality. This is how we build your business so that you can build the country. The CIDB is here to listen, as I said. My board members are sitting here. So if you couldn't ikalazela na babalapa pambili. We know that a policy written in Pretoria must survive the reality of a site in East London, Mthatha, Kuqumbu, Kuqoboqobo. So we want to understand from the Eastern Cape, what is the reality? What are the specific barriers blocking your grading progression? This is what we want to hear from you. Where are the gaps in your business model, business systems? Are the project packaging and subcontracting models working for you? What procurement methods could be done to improve and lower the cost of business? Finish tender document, copy ID, same information as why. Now the CIDB CEO has promised me, but that's going to come to an end. We have brought along our partners, SANRAL, IDT, and Infrastructure South Africa. And I think I also saw Kucha and NHPRC. These are the people we want you to work with. They are here. Ask them the hard questions and see how you access those opportunities. These are the engines that will accelerate your training through our build program as well. We can't train all the time. We need to work on site. Sfunimali. Ladies and gentlemen, we also know that you cannot grow an environment in chaos. Finance and skills cannot flourish on a disrupted site. That is why we are at an advanced stage of rolling out the integrated social facilitation program. I saw a few social facilitators here. They might take interest. This framework is designed to address site disruptions through earlier stakeholder engagement, ensuring that when you break ground, you can finish the job without unnecessary interference. To our public sector clients, implementing agents, SANRAL, Kucha, IDT in the room, contract development must be embedded in your project delivery models. It's not negotiable. We need fair participation models and credible reporting on this. We cannot afford a system where development is a side project, just another issue. It must be at the core of how we deliver infrastructure. I always say we can't deliver cold infrastructure. If building is melepa and there's no story to tell. that delivery must offer an opportunity. Who worked there? What business opportunity did we provide? In closing, I'm sure Nitigiwe and Dimgo. I know you are all eager to hear the vision from our national leadership, the Deputy Minister Sihle Zikalala. So without further ado, as we look ahead to the next summit, let today be the day we move the needle kancinci. Masilungise nje kancinci. Please use this day. Ask the hard questions. Engage with the exhibitions. Identify the support you can take up immediately. We are committed to learning from the Eastern Cape context so that our interventions are responsive and developmental. Trust me when I say that some of the issues that we raise as CIDB, we make an effort to influence them so that they become policy. Let's take the Spirit of Freedom Day and use it to build an industry that is inclusive, competitive, world-class, free of malfeasance and corruption, that will lead us to our economic freedom. Masilungise. Thank you.
Challenged here. Okay. I sinamon ukuthi bise usenza umsebenzi. And elicebo lezeka kahle ndamkele namhlanje nzake ndiyoyithenga. The cinnamon. Benza ba worried if I was broke, and you know when you get yocebo ingasukhawulezise ulibone ba liyasebenza. Inkosi kakhulu Chairperson uhlalo uthethe kwavokotheka apha. Uthi iCoke must remain 18 rand. Kwenye indawo uhlalo kwakuthiwa ngama toll gate before wele you must pay a toll gate fee. But that as it may, we see sizakahle the program sizawubiza isithethe sembeko utata ukhuzeni azosinika umyalezo kodwa ndiyacinga into yoba kwafuneka noko ndizame. Thank you. Thank you, Khuzeni.
No, thanks. Let's be seated, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Program Director, Comrade Councillor Mfazwe. May I take this opportunity to extend my greetings to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. The MEC for Public Works and Human Settlement in Eastern Cape, Ms. Sipokazi Lusiti, the Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality led by Councillor Mfazwe, the Chairperson of the CIDB, Mr. Khulile Nzo, and all board members who are with us, the CEO of CIDB, the CEO of Council for Built Environment, Dr. Mieza, Director Generals from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, our regional managers who are here, senior managers from both the National Department and the province, management of Agrima South Africa and IDT, social partners who are here. Ladies and gentlemen, just 3 days from today, on the 27th of April, South Africa will mark a Freedom Day, a day that represents the free South Africa that we attained in 1994. The beginning of a process to build a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous country. The pro-poor developmental state that we have been building since 1994 continues to carry the responsibilities, in particular on opening the doors and the opportunities for those who were previously denied. As we gather here in this historic Kugompo city, we once again commit ourselves to ensure that the freedom we gain is not meaningless. Not far away from here are the graves of architects of our freedom, including Steve Biko, Griffiths Mxenge, Victoria Mxenge, and the victims of Duncan massacre. We must commit ourselves to ensure that sacrifices that were paid by the people of Duncan village, Mtanzane, Ebisho, and all over South Africa help us to build a real prosperous South Africa, especially in the construction and infrastructure space. The department and the government is here today to drive a process of meaningful development. This is about ensuring infrastructure delivery in our country, and we must ensure that the building roads, schools, and facilities also benefit the people in terms of their livelihood and economic prosperity. The construction sector remains one of the most powerful levers in our hands to respond to unemployment, inequality, and economic isolation. We must be honest about the reality we are facing. Despite years of contractor development intervention, many contractors remain unable to grow beyond the lower CIDB grades. And therefore, abaningi bethu, bako grade 2, 3, and 4, bambalwa balapha ko grade 9, 8. We must ensure that we alter that situation. According to the CIDB Construction Monitor, data confirms that 69% of black-owned are around grade 2 to 4. But it drops when you go up. It becomes 50%, and it becomes less when you go to grade 9. We must ensure that we address this situation. It is a landscape that we cannot continue to observe. More concerning is that black-owned contractors are accessing only about 45% of the public sector contractor value chain, while women-owned enterprises only benefit at only 15%. And this is the situation that is untenable. The 2026 Contractor Monitor also showed that at the highest level of the industry, black-owned contractors account for only 20%, and women-owned enterprises only at 10%. This is a telling situation that we must strive to address. It is for this reason that we have to engage in this deliberate program to empower small contractors. As the department, together with CIDB, were rolling out the National Contractor Development Framework, a framework that will ensure a coordinated, standardized, and long-term sustainable program for contractor development. The framework is designed to support real progression, particularly for women, youth, persons with disabilities, and emerging contractors at a whole. This work is strengthening the program we are running through the CIDB Build program. The Build program, which is spearheaded by CIDB, seeks to empower through enterprise development and skills development, infrastructure delivery monitoring. We must ensure that we accelerate the implementation of the BUILD program. But one concern we've raised about the BUILD program is that it helps us to register. It helps contractors to get skills. But at the end, the real problem is to access opportunities. And therefore, this engagement today must help us ensure that we provide meaningful strategies and tools for small contractors to access opportunities. The CIDB has signed memoranda of understanding with institutions of higher learning, including the University of Free State, University of Johannesburg, and here in Eastern Cape, University Walter Sisulu, where we've established a Center for Excellency. These centers for excellency will serve as a key driver and hubs for construction management system training, which is fully funded by the CIDB. In addition, skills development standard is being implemented across infrastructure projects with a target of reaching 3,000 beneficiaries by the end of 2026. The Contractor Development Outreach Program is also progressing across provinces as we are here today. This integrated approach ensures that contractor development is practical, structured, and directly linked to opportunities. So as we are here, we're not going to have a theoretical engagement. Session 2 of this roadshow will have contractors divided into groups. I think it will be a group of 3 or so, the beginners and those who are between grade 4 and grade 5 or grade 6, and then those who are at the high level. And that will be in a form of a masterclass addressing challenges that faces each and every group. But after that, the last session will be about opportunities, starting by the provincial government presenting opportunities that are here in the province. The Department of Public Works presenting on opportunities from public works and entities within public works. SANRAL will do the same. And therefore, this must not be a theoretical exercise. We must ensure that at the end, we provide information about the real economic opportunities that are in existence in the construction sector. In ensuring that government transformation and empowerment initiative benefit a broader beneficiary base, we must ensure that we adhere to construction sector codes. The codes play a complementary role in the implementation of contractor development program by rewarding companies with triple BEE's point for implementing their preferential procurement and supplier development. We implore the construction sector Charter Council to work closely with CIDB and all our entities to mobilize the broadest section of South Africa to implement these codes. Contractors benefiting from contractor development program being implemented throughout the country by the department and other clients are encouraged to comply with the preferential procurement and supplier development elements of the code. We are also steadfast on the call for reserving or set aside for some opportunities in the construction. And that's why we will continue to implore on the department and the CIDB that we must work around the Public Procurement Act to ensure that they are strictly set aside for women, youth, people with who are disabled, the veterans, but also those set aside must have a localization aspect. It is time that we spread the economic opportunities throughout the country. We cannot have few companies that monopolize all opportunities in the construction and infrastructure space. In addition to supply opportunities, emerging small beneficiary companies stand to benefit through investment in variety of development areas as determined by supplier development plan. With the development areas including the following intervention, management and labor skills transfer, establishment of an administrative system, planning, tendering and programming skills, business skills transfer, legal compliance, procurement skills transfer, establishment of credit rating, and establishment of financial loan capacity that we are working on. And that is key, that contractors must be assisted to access funds. And that is one of the challenges that have excluded many contractors from participating in the construction sector. We must therefore work together to ensure that small contractors do get assistance in terms of funding and loans that are available. Our entity, the Agrima SA, which certifies non-standardized products and systems, is also participating in this roadshow and will also highlight the immense opportunities for innovators. I must say, izwe liyashintsha. There are many companies that were prospering ngama-90s, namuhla akasekho. There are many carriers that were viewed as important ngama-90s, namuhla akasekho lawo carriers. And therefore, innovation must be embraced. We must embrace innovation and we must ensure that we move with the evolution and the development of the country and the globe. We are also introducing an online contractor support to raise questions, lodge complaints in real time during and after this roadshow. And therefore, we will want to have an interaction that does not start and end here. This roadshow brings together government, state-owned entities, development finance institutions, and the academic partners to support contractor development and to explore the entire value chain in the construction industry. This is about building an ecosystem that works for all, not the selected few. Equally, we insist that government must pay clients on time. We must pay within 30 days. Nobody must be paid for being paid. Angabibikho umuntu odinga ukukhokhelwa ze abantu bakhokhelwe. And we affirm on that, and that's why Operation Pay on Time, we are rolling it out throughout the country, including ensuring that where there are corrupt elements, people are able to report on time. Let us fight bribery and corruption. Equally, let us fight corrupt practices such as fronting, price fixing, and collusion. We today present here this contractor management guidelines. It is a document that is comprehensive, that is developed by CIDB as guidelines that will tell us what is important and what are the key elements of contractor management. We believe that before you leave here, the CIDP will summarize the essential part of this document. I thank you.
Masiphinde ngezandla ezishushu. Ndivile into ethi 30 days. Ndivile into ethi set aside. Ezo nto zimbini zinto esiphila ngazo kakhulu. Ukhona azalutha. Ngicela umuntu azalutha amapha ngenyawo. Undawo nisisi. Nankuya mphathiswa. Yabona xa ungena apha e-airport kukho laa ndlela engathi yiWalter Sisulu yaseRhawutini enkulu ngoku. It's built by the municipality. She's one of the SMMEs that participated there. Siyaniqhayisela nje as a city into yoba siyayiphila le nto ye-emerging contractors. Ndicela abantu becertificate ngoku zindawuni zikhona ne? Yes. Ndicela ke ngobalunge. I think we need to CEO just to have a banner silungise nje ba for photos. Can we set up the stage please Betnana for the graduation? Ndizaba ngu-Vice Chancellor very soon wena, don't worry. I know these things. Can you play the music a bit there, DJ, while we are preparing? Still graduate is very ready. Now they check up on. Sure.
I now have no fear of my fears and no more tears to cry. Tomorrow means nothing at all if we don't hear the line when today places its call and morning won't never be the same. Now I won't make the same mistake. Time and time again. Time and time again. Time and time again. Time and time again. Time and time again.
Number one. Ngahlisa umculo ke. Ismax Wezi, Civil and Building Contractors. Certificate.
Wondering about you. I had a dream my trip would end up at you.
7 GB, 7 EB, 7 CE, 5 XQ. Yes.
Time marches on, never ends.
Of course.
Time keeps its own time.
And the Max project, 5 GB, 2 CE, 2 XQ, 1 EB, and 1 ME. Iyenzeka le nto. Lesmin, 1204 cc, 7 GB, PE, 7 CE, 5 XQ, 1 MEP. Ngomama aba, zimbokodo ezi. Latita Construction and Services, 5 GB, 3 XQ, 1 CE. BHS Construction 6 GB and 4 CE. Thank you. Counterpoint Trading 7 GB, 6 CE and 1 XQ. JKN Development Consultant, 2 CE, 1 EP, and 5 GB. Kwanda Renaissance Construction, 7 GB, 7 CE, 1 ME. Amioli Developers, 6 CE, 5 GB, 1 ME. Netco Signs, PT. Okay. Amioli. Is Amioli, 5 GB. Oh, Amioli. Netco Signs, 1 CE and 1 GB. Botany Construction, 7 GB, 6 CE, 7 XQ. Cume Blocks, 6 CE and 6 GB. Golden Rewards, 6 EP. Avumile Civil and Building, 7 GB, 6 CE. Ungabona abafana uyakuphuka. Seven GB, yes. Esoto Trading is 7 GB, 9 CE, 6 EB, 6 XQ. Esoto. Iyenzeka bethuni, iyenzeka. Oh, okay. Esoto uzini? Empire. Akekho? Okay. HP Financial Services. Oh. 5 CE, 1 GB, 1 EAP. Yes. Onguyonko Construction. 6 GB, 4 CE.
After the award keynotes, no? When we announce the masterclasses, you can bring CIDB in and we'll explain how technically where people must go.
Who must I call?
You can just say CIDB rep can come up and we'll explain it.
Kumbeni Construction and Trading. 6GB, 5CE, 4XQ, 2XK, 1CO. Today, Destiny Trading and Projects is 6GB, 6CE. Ukumbeni, okay. Today, Destiny. Is that Kumbeni? Okay. Today, Destiny Trading and Projects, 6GB and 6CE. Okay. Lisakanya, 5CE, 1GB, 1XQ. Then the last but not least, LM Development, 7GB, 7CE. HDM, 8GB, and CCE. Yes, that HDM, okay. Yenzeka. Esoto, 9CE, 7GB, 6EB, 8EP, 7MN. Asibashayele ihlombe, amazandla. Nicela group picture. Nomphathiso. Nicela sibethi simamele. Nathi surprise message. Ndiyayithanda ke surprise. Izakhuse. Oh. Ay, kulan. Aso se aphela mandla. Elilizwe lelamakhosikazi. Aso se aphela mandla. Elilizwe lelamakhosikazi. Asoze aphela mandla. Asoze aphela mandla. Asoze aphela mandla. Elilizwe lelamakhosikazi. Asoze aphela. Andiyazi ke abangenawo amakhosikazi bacula njani. Soze akhosikazi. Asoze aphela mandla. Masibamba makayibambe ehlale phansi bamba umthetho.
No, siyabonga, as part of these awards, I think it will be unfair uma singasho into ezimbili. The first is to acknowledge the role of the South African women in construction. SAWIC. The second is that this year, the department working with SAWIC will start the annual lecture on Mama Stella Stawu, the founder of SAWIC. Siyabonga.
Hayi masibulele. Izinto ezinhle zifikile. Ndizamnikela ke ngoku kwi-rep yakwa CIDB. That's in the next line. Nivile ke abantu bo 7GB cela umsebenzi.
Thank you. Good morning. Let me greet the Deputy Minister, the MEC, the board chair, the CIDB board members, and everyone in the house. The next session will be the masterclasses. The first masterclass would be the beginner's session, which will take us through the CMG 101, which will be in this venue. In the next venue, it's the intermediate and the advanced, where it will be run by the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and also AGRIMA. It will be focusing on labor-intensive construction. We'll also be focusing on the building methods as per AGRIMA. It will be happening in the next room. Thank you. After tea.
Wow. As they say, all good things come to an end. We have come to the end of the first session, and the tender I can't extend it any further. You've been a good audience for me. It's now time for tea and we mingle. Then we will come back at 10:45. Oh, yeah, at 10:45, Kalo. This one is written here, but let's take a 15 minutes branch. 15 minute break.
To highlight the best part is this one called Nagamama opportunities because one tendency of principals.
Yes, Hambi. Tina. There's a next session. Please.
People here for long. I'm going to present to you guys the masterclass in terms of beginners. And my name is Alex Noholoza. I work for CIDB. I'm one of the directors in the operations unit. So I'm sure everybody's got a smartphone. So in terms of your tags that you have, you can actually download the document. We do have hard copies that you can access from the CIDB office at Bishop. It's just that our worry was that what we've printed was not going to be enough for everybody here. So we just needed to make sure that at least we can provide it via the QR code, but if you want a hard copy, you can go and pick it up there. And we are still going to print more documents. So this is not a new document, ladies and gentlemen. The document has been in existence. This is the second edition. The first edition was published around about 2010? Yeah, around about 2010. So I'll be doing the presentation. I've got my colleague here, Pranveer. I'm hoping you're going to be posing a lot of questions to him, not to me. So, and there's also Umkhululi, the provincial manager for Eastern Cape. a CIDB in Bisho. He's also here part of this masterclass. So, colleagues, the document that we have developed, it's called the Contractor Management Guidelines. So the document looks like this. So it's got 3 sections. Section 1 deals with the introduction to the construction industry. So we'll go through the role players, who are the role players in the industry, how you register a business, and I should think that everybody has registered their own businesses by now, and compliance with statutory requirements, which is quite key. How do you find work opportunities? The second section is financial management. It deals with financing a construction business, tendering for public sector work, the pricing strategies that you will encounter when you are tendering, and how you go about pricing the tender, as well as the contractual considerations. And then lastly, section 3 is project and contract management. So there, how do you then go about administering a contract? We all know that you will find that, and it's something that I've picked up because I've worked in various entities as well before, that our contractors do not utilize the condition of the contract to the fullest. And you'll find that there are so many claims that you could have done, and then you end up now having a financial problem, and then it ends up being the site being abandoned because you have not gone through and make sure that you follow the conditions of the contract to the fullest. So we will go through that, but this is high level, colleagues, because most of the information you will find it in the document. So preparing to start a contract, managing your health and safety, which is a statutory requirement, and we all know that health and safety is quite key on the project. You saw the contractors that were being handed over CMS certificates. So CMS deals with health and safety, quality management, as well as environmental management. So that is your ISO standards blended into one certification, which is a SANS 3093, to make it very much a South African certification. Site establishment and administration, and finishing the project. So that is what we are going to cover, and I hear that I've got an hour, so I wish I had more time, but yeah. So we can begin. So the purpose of this document, colleagues, it is to help new construction contractors understand the industry and the environment and establish sustainable businesses. So, failure often lacks because people do not have the actual knowledge of what the industry is all about. And we all know construction is the most easiest industry that people can get into. I mean, you can be working for ICC and you decide, I'm going to be in construction, but you don't have the actual knowledge. So basically, this whole document will take you through that to understand exactly what the whole industry is all about. Regulatory and legal compliance, as I said earlier on, is quite key. Very, very key, that you make sure that you abide by the laws of the country, as well as the regulations that have been passed by the various bodies like CIDB, like Department of Labor and Employment. So you need to make sure that you comply and conform to those. And then also it focuses on developing a robust business plans that encourage long-term growth over a short-term survival. So introduction to the construction industry. I'm hoping that everybody knows the CIDB Act, Act 38 of 2000. So what our Act defines construction works, it is the provision of goods and services that are arranged for the development, the extension, the installation, the repair, the maintenance, the renewal, removal, renovation, alteration, dismantling, and demolishing of a fixed asset. So, give you an example. Sorry? Can we manage the door, please, Non? So, I'll give you an example. You are awarded a tender to provide mobile classrooms. Now, we say mobile classrooms or your prefab structures. So what then happens is that if those prefab structures are not fixed permanently onto the ground, then the CIDB requirements do not apply for that. But if they are fixed onto the ground, you've built a platform and they're going to be there permanently, then you need to make sure that you comply with the CIDB requirements. So that is what this act, part of the act says in terms of the definition of construction works. So construction can take many forms: building and assembly, maintenance and repairs, expansions and improvements, demolishing and decommissioning. So I would say maybe your grade 1s to grade 3s, they will probably be involved predominantly in terms of your maintenance and repair work. So these are now, how do you keep the fixed asset and prolong the life of that asset that has been created? So I'm going to pick on someone. Kokel. What's going on here now? Why in Intluvis, Ale? What happened here? So the question that I have for you, the construction industry, what does it refer to? You've got 4 answers there. Can I just get somebody to just give me which is? What happened? You see, already you've given them the answer, which is not fair. So, out of those A, B, C, or D, what does the industry refer to? You can just shout out, where the mics. What's GB now? That's general building. So it's B, correct. And then I see, that's not how I prepared this thing, but the second question was, which activity enhances capacity of an existing structure? It is your expansion and improvements. But I don't know about how this thing is working, because it's now going to spoil the fun that I wanted to have with you guys. It's going the other way around. So, colleagues, you're role players in the industry. You've got a client or an employer. The client or the employer, they initiate and fund the project. They set the scope, the budget, and the objectives of the project. And they appoint contractors and consultants. So, your client could be referring to your DBSA, who are implementing agents, by the way, but they act on behalf of the client or the employer, which is, for example, the Department of Education. But remember, you are contracting with DBSA. You don't contract directly with the client if DBSA is appointed as the implementing agent. IDT, KUHA. I don't know if ECDC still does infrastructure projects. So those will be your client bodies. And then get your various departments, like your Department of Social Development, Department of Health, for your CHCs and your clinics. So that is your client bodies. Your professional team is appointed by the client or the employer. And then the size of that team, it depends on the complexity of the project. So you might find that you are implementing a 10 million rands project and the client decides just to appoint a QS and a project manager. Or they could just appoint a QS, which is a quantity surveyor, who will then act as the principal agent as well on the project. So the complexity will determine what or how the client wants to structure the team that will be managing and implementing that project. So they are responsible for the design and the oversight of the project. So in terms of your team, we all know the architect. They are responsible for the designing and the planning of the building. Your engineers, civil, structural, mechanical, electrical, and we heard quite a lot of these contractors. Some of them have got your specialist trades in terms of electrical, in terms of mechanical. So they are specialists. You have a resident engineer who is appointed by the client. He represents the client on site if the client wants more oversight. So your resident engineer is predominantly based on the site. You might find that you have a resident engineer that is appointed by one of your engineers, either your civil or structural, depending on the complexity of the project. But you would then have that person who will then be responsible for the oversight in making sure that you as the contractor, you undertake what is required. So you might find that you need to do excavations and you need to do still fixing. So that resident engineer will be there to check and make sure that is done according to the design and to the drawings. Your QS, we all know that they manage costs. I did see quite a couple of QSs that were here earlier on. Kuthiwa-ke abo ngosozimali ngabo abajonge imali ku-project to make sure that the project is not overspent and make sure that things like variation orders are curbed and they are managed on behalf of the client. Project manager, he will then act as the lead and provide what you call the coordination of the project delivery. Health and safety, very critical. Very, very critical. Because if you do not have a health and safety agent on the project, you are calling for problems. Because a construction site is very delicate in the sense that anything can happen at any time. So you need to make sure that you identify the risks that might happen on the site. You might have people that are doing steel fixing, and you can't have your steel lying all over the place because that will cause an injury to somebody. And then it is you, colleagues, the contractors. So this is now the team. As the contractor, you are not part of the professional team. I don't know if you get me on that. You are not part of the professional team. Yes, you are part of the team, but you are a standalone because you must execute the works, you know? So what we're saying is that your contractor may appoint a project manager or a contracts manager. I'm not sure if any of you colleagues know of the CIDB build standards. Are you guys aware of the build standards or the build program? So, a build program is it is a regulation that was passed on the 18th of September 2020 by the then Minister of Public Works, Patricia de Lille, where it says that this is now in terms of our act as well, because everything that we do, we have to refer back to the act, where it says that projects above 20 million rands, 20 million plus 1 rand, which is a grade 7 contractor. If it is a general building project or a civil engineering, the contractor is obligated to implement the Enterprise Development Standard, which is an indirect targeting standard. We'll touch on that one later on. So again, it will give contractors an opportunity to get involved in the project itself. So currently what the standard is saying is that they need to dedicate a minimum of 5% of the project value to your enterprise development contractors or your targeted subcontractors. So depending on what the value of the project, so they will then put 5% in terms of the value of the works that will be implemented by those targeted subcontractors. So basically, I'm not gonna call it set aside, but it is something that we're trying to promote, that small contractors get involved on the project. What it also states that is that the main contractor must develop those targeted subcontractors in at least 2 developmental areas. So your 2 developmental areas could be cost control systems, admin systems, tendering, and so forth. But it is something that needs to be agreed between yourselves as the targeted subcontractor and the main contractor. And what we want as the CIDB, at the end of the project, we want to see an affidavit that is signed by the client, that is signed by the main contractor, and that is signed by yourselves, if you're a targeted subcontractor, to say that indeed, this is what I benefited out of this project. This is the type of training that I've been able to get, because this project was done in Lusigisigi. It was the Department of Health, Community Health Center. The value was 25 million rands. So in terms of my participation, it was so much. And this is now what I have been developed by that main contractor in 2 areas. So I think, colleagues, what you also need to be aware of is to look at the adverts. If any project that says 7 GB or CE, there's an opportunity for you to be there. But again, I'm not saying that Uba Ose Monti, you can now go in and demand to be involved in the project as Tatarem. Because what it says is that firstly, they need to do your social facilitation and look at what is available locally in terms of what subcontractors are there locally. And then they can expand going outwards. But there is an opportunity that contractors can get involved in. So the other question that I wanted to ask you, which professional determines the thickness of a concrete slab? Unfortunately, my slides have gone. That's why I actually wanted to present, project it myself. And then who ensures compliance with municipal regulations in civil projects? That is your civil engineer. So this one, I should think that everybody that's here, that is a business, has registered the business with your CIPC. So in terms of registration of a business, you can register as a sole proprietor, which is Alex Nooloza Construction. I'm the 100% owner of that company. And I'm the only person that is involved in that organization. It could be a partnership. Me and Pran come together, or unknown, we form a partnership. And then, or we can then decide we want to form a company, which is a PTY Ltd. So these are the only 3 forms currently that you can register a business on. Before we had CCs, the CCs are no longer there anymore. Now, let's get to the law. Can you see I've highlighted the ignorance of law is not a defense. You cannot say, I did not know. And we've had numerous clients. I'm now talking about your municipalities, your districts, your local, that are not implementing the build program on their projects. And they say, we didn't know. I mean, the bill was gazetted on the 18th of September 2020. So you can't come now and say, bending ayaz. Even if you were not part of the municipality there has to be somebody within that organization that looks at what legislations are being passed. So you cannot say, I bending ayazi, and then that's it. It means what they are also depriving you guys of opportunities. So, in terms of South African law, law is established in terms of the Acts of Parliament, and then I said what regulations are the ones that are issued by the ministers. So, so failure to comply with statutory requirements may result in fines or penalties being imposed, and in extreme circumstances or cases, jail term. And then failure to comply with statutory requirements can easily result in the failure of a business. Now, you're not complying with the Health and Safety Act, Act 85 of 1993. What then happens? Somebody dies on your site. Who's going to be liable? And how much compensation are you going to be paying to that person? So you might find, Dugoti, you were still starting up, you're a grade 2 contractor, something like that happens because you were ignorant. Then you end up having a liability or a bill of millions of rands. How do you then continue with the company? So, in terms of the CIDB Act, Chapter 3, Regulations 18(1), a contractor may not undertake, carry out, or complete any construction works or a portion thereof for public sector contracts awarded in terms of a competitive process or a tender or a quotation, unless he or she is registered with the CIDB board and holds a valid registration. It cannot be expired. You cannot be, what's the other thing? Expired, what's the other one? You need to be active, suspended, or whatever. You need to be active. You are not allowed. We are breaking the law. So it means that accordingly, a subcontractor conducting construction works on public sector contracts awarded in terms of a competitive tender or quotation must also be registered with the CIDB. As I was saying to you, the indirect targeting standard or the enterprise development standard, you are now participating on that project. That project was awarded through a competitive process. You need to make sure that you are registered. Again, 18(2), any contractor who carries out or attempts to carry out any construction works or a portion thereof under the public sector contract and who is not a registered contractor with the board in terms of this act is guilty of an offense. Is guilty of an offense. I don't know, siyavana mos. Nisike nathula ngathi ndithethe intsomi. Kutheni nithule ngathi ndithethe intsomi. You will be guilty of an offense which is liable on conviction or a fine not exceeding 10% of the value of the contract. Can you see? It will also put you out of business. So you need to make sure that you are registered with the CIDB. Awarding of a contract contrary to the Act and the CIDB regulations constitutes a reportable criminal offense against the contractor. Please, colleagues, just make sure that you are always active on the CIDB register of contractors. So those are the statutory thingy. So those ones are acts that are passed by Parliament. Now, the next section is regulatory compliance, which I said will be passed by is regulations that are passed by the various organs of state or departments. So in terms of the CIDB registration, it says contractors must register with CIDB for work in public sector construction projects. What we're saying is that as the CIDB, in terms of our regulations, regulations 4.1, labor-only contractors do not need to register. If you are just providing labor only, remember what I said, construction works, it's goods and services. So if you're only just providing labor only on the project, you do not need to register. Once off joint ventures, me and this gentleman here, we decide to form a joint venture, 70, 30, 60, 40, whatever the percentage is. It's a once off. And then we get awarded a contract, and then we finish with the project. We don't need to register that. But each member of that JV, Alex Construction needs to be registered. Uprenvia Construction needs to be registered. But when you come together, you do not need to, but one must be registered as the individual contractor. Home builders, those contractors must be registered with the NHBRC. You saw NHBRC downstairs. So if you are going to be in the home building space, you're going to need to go and register with them. But if you would still want to get involved in sort of like your public sector construction works, you must then go and register with the CIDB. So you would need to have your dual registration with both the organizations. You can't have one and not the other if you want to play in both spaces. Colleagues, just before I get into the grading system, in terms of the registration, the CIDB has made it easier for contractors to register online. We all know that. You don't have to be carrying documents and going to Mkululi's office and you sit there, maybe no one is there, you understand? You can do this thing online. At the comfort of your own home, anytime, any day of the day, you are able to do that. But please make sure that documents that you are providing are legitimate documents. You cannot give me a document and a letterhead, you say IDT, okanye yase Kucha, and nobody, uyayibona nje uba sisifirifiri. We look at those things, we look at them and we actually verify. We verify with the client departments. And also we've got a system called the ROP, which is the Register of Projects, where every client is compelled to register projects above a certain value on our system. So we can quickly do a check. And colleagues, if you give us fraudulent documents, you will not get the registration and you will be barred from registering with the CIDB. So please, can you just make sure that it documents that in its fagayo, it documents that are legitimate and they are credible. So in terms of the grading system, it's from 1 to 9, 9 being the highest. We know most of the tender value range, where, as I was saying, 7 is 20 million to 60, 8, 60 to, and then 200 million above, which is 9. So that's how you get your grading. Again, in terms of your grading, it's determined by your financial and your works capability. Again, it's the documents that you are giving to us that we look at and say, Utejo will give a grade 4, because this is now in terms of the value of his projects and what he has in terms of financial. So in terms of growth and progression, new contractors, they start at grade 1 and can progress to higher grades as they gain experience and financial strength. So the more you do projects, you then submit those to CIDB, you can then upgrade your grading to a higher grade. So in terms of our registration period, it is valid for 3 years, and then also renewal is required to remain active on the CIDB Register of Contractors, which is the ROC. So the other regulatory compliance is SARS, where you need to register for VAT, you need to register for income tax, and you need to register for employee tax. I'm sure we all know SARS. Benimgqibele seChislast ngomhlali apha kuGombo. Usepha? Oh, benike ndabona kwezinto social media uba outgoing commissioner ebelapha ephondweni. So your next one is the Department of Employment and Labor. Very, very critical, colleagues. You need to go and register for your COIDA, as I said earlier on, in terms of injuries that might happen on a construction site. You also need to go and register for unemployment insurance fund for your employees. We all know, and we are going to be waiting for a session this afternoon where there are opportunities. And not everybody is going to be having a construction work. So the moment that you don't have any work, at least your employees can go and claim from the UIF. National Treasury, Central Supplier Database. You have to be registered with this CSD. I've given up. So what I wanted to ask you is that what is not a statutory requirement? CIDB registration? It is, correct? Tax compliance? Health and safety compliance. So, but owning a construction vehicle, it's not. Nam dinayi bhakana yam nayo apha ka 2000 and don't I don't need to, as long as ndiyifakile pha ku for a disk, I'm fine. But it's not a statutory requirement. So statutory compliance helps construction businesses operate legally. It's critical, colleagues. You need to operate legally and avoid penalties. So finding work opportunities. What we're saying in this slide is that construction businesses, they sell their services and products to a client. So you are selling your services and products. And then from there, you will sign a verbal agreement or a written agreement to say, now, this is what I'm going to deliver. Here are my services, here's my product. I'll bring you this speaker, and I'll deliver it to you. So, but we must have an agreement that will govern our relationship. And what we're saying is that to be financially sustainable, any business must invoice or bill clients more, because you can't buy a speaker for R2 or bill a client R1.50. What is the point of you being in business if you do that? So please make sure that you are providing your services and products profitably, because you need to make a profit, right? Unless you goodwill. Then ke nam ndinganiqasha mos ndithi kanondakhela phaa ekhaya ezilalini, and then, you know. So what we're saying in terms of sources of work opportunities, there are so many areas that one could look at to find work. You've got your tender bulletin. We're all aware of the e-tender portal. It's not that much now. Everything has gone digital, you know. CIDB, iTender. So if you are an active contractor on the CIDB register of contractors, once the client advertises that tender on the CIDB iTender, you guys get notification. Am I correct? It will say, Public Works is looking for a grade 3 contractor, ME, in the Eastern Cape. The system will then pick those contractors and we'll send them a notification, ukuthi, here is the tender being advertised by this particular client. So at least you would have a heads up. And I'm hoping it's working, ladies and gentlemen. It's not working. It's not working. Are you active on the register? No. There is no ways it's not active. Mr. Mtakaj, can you please note that? We need to check. It's supposed to be doing that. It's supposed to be notifying you and telling you that here is an opportunity, Mbashe, KSD, wherever. But also, you might be mindful, colleagues, that in terms of our regulations, any project above 30,000 rands must be advertised on the iTender portal for us to then be able to communicate with our contractors. Hence the reason why, almost like on a daily basis, we are capacitating clients. Because some of them say, no, we didn't know. Ignorance of the law is not a defense. They are supposed to advertise on our portal, on e-tender, or in the newspapers to make sure that you guys are given an opportunity to bid for those projects. Local municipality notice boards, I'm not sure. I can't vouch for those ones if they work. But they are supposed also to be putting out tenders on their notice boards. And then again, networking amongst yourselves. Today is also a great opportunity that I know of a project, I can tell Upren, I'm finding here's this thing. Why don't you go for it? Networking is very critical to ensure that, we share information. Yeah, if I'm, and this ends handle a project because I don't see it for me as something that I want to go for. Why can't he have an opportunity to do that? But yeah, as nature would say, some of us are siko. Thank you. So, but it's something that is supposed to be happening that, and this will valela ngaphandle because, and this will end nala project. So, again, what I'm saying is that this also opens up opportunities to subcontract. I'm a grade 8 contractor. I need a domestic subcontractor. So, by talking and networking, we can be able to grow each other. Colleagues, on this slide, what is critical is section 217 of our constitution that says that when public sector clients are embarking on the procurement process, it needs to be fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. But siyabona mos nakumadlanga ngoku people are being exposed because they are bypassing this section, which is section 217. It must be transparent. It must be transparent. There must be nothing be hidden. It must be fair. It must be equitable, competitive. And this is not what we see highly. Everybody must get an opportunity. And then what we're saying is that in terms of private sector, we all know private sector, they are not required to follow, any rules relating procurement. People like Gabo, let me not mention, they will know what these are the contractors that we work with, and then we're only going to call these contractors to come and price. But they are not required to follow any of the public sector rules. Because remember, that is their own money. Public sector, that's government's money. So you've got two forms. You've got an RFQ, which is a request for quotation, and you've got a tender. So your RFQ are for your simple projects, smaller, while your tenders are for your large and complex projects. So your RFQs, they involve fixed price quotations, while tenders require competitive submission. I think RFQs, they go to 1 million, if I'm correct. Am I correct? I think I still have the. So in terms of both the two processes, they lead to a contractual arrangement between the client and the contractor. And then if you do know what are the differences between the two, it will then help you to prepare accurately in terms of your submissions. RFQ, there's not much that you need to submit. Tenders are a bit, there's a lot of information that is required. You heard the chairperson earlier on saying that why must you still submit the same ID document, the same documents that you've been submitting all over again? I mean, it costs money. The last time I checked, a postnet was R4 to make a photocopy or something like that. So, I mean, why are you asking me for the same thing all over and over again? So we need to evolve. And that is what we are looking at doing as the CIDB. Because we are currently in the process of redrafting or amending our standard for uniformity in construction procurement. It's coming, because we are just waiting for the PP regs to be gazetted, because now they're out for public comment. So once that process closes, we then align ourselves with that. So in terms of your tender document, in terms of your first page, what is that, SBD1? SBD1, ne? Sorry? SBD1. So it will give you the reference number, which is the project number that the client has created, the name of the employer, the title of the project, regraveling of R61. But nani kabele itang wagon dan samba glantle. You say you must R61. Mtata to Komani. Is that not R61? Tell me. It's Itane. Oh, okay. Let's say tarring of that. So that will be the title of the project. Brief description. The closing date and time. Critical. That you must know the closing date and time. They cannot say it's closing on the 27th of April. 27th of April is a public holiday. You understand? So they must say the 28th and at 10 o'clock, so that you know. And you prepare yourself to ensure that you submit on time. Ningafani nabafani umntu uphume emonti ngo-11 kodwa i-10 yavala egcuwa ngo-12. So ngoku wonke umuntu ufuneka abaleke apha endleleni because umuntu uleqa i-submission. You must give yourself enough time to be able to go and submit. Where you're going to be submitting. So they need to state that. Or where you must collect the documents. Because nowadays, documents are actually supposed to be available online. I don't know if they still sell them. So they still do. Some people still do sell them, but not all of them. You see, remember what I'm saying is that construction business should not pursue tendering opportunities outside of the CIDB grading. So if you're a grade 1, you will then stick to 500,000 to 500,000. If you're a grade 2, it will give you the grading designation. So if they do so, you're running the risk of the employer not even evaluating your tender because it called for a grade 3 or higher. We are also looking at this or higher part, but we will come back to the public for that. So in terms of the estimates, those are in terms of clause 4.2.1 of the tender data. So in terms of the estimates, one, they say, I want a grade 6. You know, it range got grade 6. So you know what the project cannot be higher than 20 million rands because grade 6 goes up until 20 million rands. Anything that says 20 million and 1 rand, you're already calling for a grade 7, which is a grade higher. I'm going to skip these because they're not going to serve a purpose. But as I said, I wanted us to interact, you know. So your tender becomes binding when it is accepted by the employer. And what is the purpose of analyzing tender documents? It is to understand your submission obligations. So you need to analyze the tender and make sure that you follow what you are required to submit to the client. So in terms of finding work opportunities, which is now other than tendering, we did talk about joint ventures. So you can joint venture with maybe a higher contractor for that specific grade that is required by the client. Also, it enables you to combine resources with a higher contractor to be able to execute the project. But just please make sure that you sign a joint venture agreement. The CIDB has a standard joint venture agreement that protects both parties. You can't go and now sign the joint venture agreement that only Prenvier will then benefit out of the whole thing. Please make sure that when you do that, you look at the document and make sure that you understand what you're signing. Because you might find that a WBHO will say, I'm joint venturing with UNON, but UNON is not even actively participating on that project. So please make sure that you do that. Subcontracting opportunities. It allows contractors to specialize or join projects by larger firms. Like I would subcontract to WBHO, maybe I have to do V channels on that specific road. Or I might have to do gabions, those retaining things. You understand? So those are the opportunities that are there. And then what we're saying is that there are contractor development programs that builds capacity, skills, and sustainability of emerging contractors. Joint ventures, I'm not going to go through. I think we all know what JVs are. Subcontractors, there are 3 different types of subcontractors. And as I said, colleagues, all this information is on that document. You can read that at your own time. In terms of domestic subcontractors, these are the contractors that are appointed to subcontract by the main contractor. So you might find that I am Max Wezi, is that correct? And grade 8. Oh, they're grade 8, HDM, grade 8. I then go and I subcontract. Maybe I'm just going to be doing bricklaying for them. You understand? That is a domestic subcontractor. Nominated is a subcontractor that is nominated by the IDT to be involved in that project. A contractor is obligated to appoint a nominated subcontractor, sorry. And then it is selected by the contractor, but they must consult with the client. So those are your 3 different types of subcontracting. And then in terms of contractor development program, colleagues, that is something that I think a lot of you are not getting involved in. And it is something you could even say it is a set aside. Because I could be an IDT, I know what these are the schools that I'm going to be building, so I create work packages for you as my subcontractors in my CDP program, because I need to make sure that I improve your grading status. So I can take you from a grade 1, by the time you exit the program, you're a grade 3 or a 4. In terms of performance, you are in this program, so you need to be guided, you need to be trained, and so forth. So look at those opportunities when they come in there, because it is another way of making sure that you are being active and involved in projects. Again, your equity and targeted ownership. So in terms of your contractor development programs, there are just 2 forms. It's your direct targeting. I can have 20 contractors that are in my program that I would need to provide them with that, as I said, your work packages. indirect targeting, that will be, I could say I want a structured JV. Subcontracting, that is indirect targeting. I specifically say so much must be subcontracted on this project. Construction management. So you've got a management contractor who then appoints multiple subcontractors on the project. Unbundling. Now you're taking the project and you're breaking it up to make sure that people are participating. I've mentioned the CIDB standard for indirect targeting for enterprise development. There we are very firm to say you must appoint a subcontractor. Currently, the standard was published in 2013. Bren? Yeah, that was the latest version, but we have amended it, and I'm sure it should be out. When are we gazetting? Next week. So the new standard is going to be coming out next week that must be implemented. There we are saying 30%. We've moved from 5 to 30%. To make sure that opportunities are available to everybody. So again, the 30% colleagues could say, Uguti, out of this 30%, 20% will be for subcontractors, but there must also be material suppliers that are coming out of the area. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. So everybody that is in the construction sector must then benefit out of that project in that specific area. I see my client there, Mr. Mbande from Kucha. I hope he's listening. That the standard for indirect targeting must be implemented, but I can commend Kucha because they are constantly talking to us, especially on the second standard, which is the skill standard. The skill standard is targeting our learners, giving them opportunities to be involved in projects. I mean, we are going to have a shortage of artisans in the near future because everybody is running to your comprehensive or technical universities. Nobody wants to be a bricklayer. Nobody wants to be an electrician. So we need to have those people being involved on the projects and making sure that they get their trade qualifications. So the second section is financial management. So what we're saying there is that financial management is central to the contractor to succeed. Poor financial management is a major cause of a failure. If you cannot manage your finances, then you are going to be in trouble. You need money to start and operate a business. And money is required for your day-to-day operations, isn't it? Is that not so? So this will then give you an understanding, this section, of how you manage your finances. And then what we're saying is that in terms of your finances, you've got equity capital. That is the money that you have in your pocket, that you invest in the business. Borrowed capital, you go to banks for loans, overdrafts, which is, I will stay away from. Retained profit. I've done a school, I've made my profit, I can retain that profit into the business or a percentage of that profit back into the business so that I do have capital going forward. DFIs, Development Finance Institutions. You have your NEF, National Empowerment Fund. They give you funding for your projects. CIVDA, again, colleagues, through the BUILD program that the CIDB has developed, we have something called the BUILD Fund. So within the BUILD Fund, there is a certain percentage that we say will be allocated for financing to help contractors with working capital, with guarantee facilities, that is in partnership with CIVDA. We are in the processes of finalizing that, and it should be available for the contractors to access. So you do not now have to go to a bank that will charge you in exorbitant interest. You will go to a DFI, which is a government institution that has got a partnership with CIDB. Because remember, we charge the clients 0.2% of any project above 20 million rands. that then contributes into this fund. As you can see, the contractors that were being given certificates, that is also through that fund, where we are direct in targeting the development of our contractors to make sure that you guys are uplifted. And then lastly, you've got ECDC. They're just here. I used to be there in my previous life. As I said, I've been to a lot of these places. So ECDC, I would, if they still have, I'm sure they still do finance contractors in terms of working capital, but you guys will then need to make sure that ni havana in terms of your loan agreements. Keeping records and accounts. So what we're saying there is that each project must have its own financial records. You cannot cross-subsidize. You'll find yourself in big problems. So if I'm doing this specific project, I must make sure that this specific project is running its own finances. I cannot now come and mix a project as a Gua and a project as a Koman. This Tibani say job. We understand? So you will burn yourself. You need to make sure that each project is, you can account for each and every single thing that is happening on that specific project. So what you're saying again is that your income must exceed your expenditure to be able to survive. So that is in terms of your profit, you know? So for you to make a profit, you must make sure that it is minus your expenses. Skipping that. Tendering for public sector, which is in terms of tendering considerations, you must identify the market segment that you are in. Again, it gives you an idea. CIDB, you've got different classes of works. So if I want to succeed as a GB contractor, I will look at GB projects. If I want to do fencing, it's SQ, correct? I will look at fencing. That is my market that I'm working on. I'm not all over the show. I'm looking at this is what I want to specialize in. You must understand what your competitors are doing out there. You must assess the risk and profitability. And then you must decide whether you will tender for the project. Because what we're saying is that you should not pursue each and every single thing that's out there. You might find what for you, it might not be profitable. Why would you go and do a project, a flex staff, kodwa uhlala eBhayi, for example? Can you see in terms of you will be spending more money traveling to the project because you're not going to be there every day. You are the owner of the business. You also need to be out there elsewhere looking for work. So you need to say, maybe Maganjonge se Makand, okay, Manjonge se Alisdale I'm making, for example. Something that is close for you to be able to manage, you know? But yeah, unfortunately, I cannot dictate what you need to do. You need to make sure that you understand a business yakho. Are you willing to take those risks going forward? So in terms of the tender process and submission, you need to read your tender documents carefully. You need to understand the eligibility requirements. You've got your site clarification meetings, very critical, but you need to understand is it a compulsory briefing or not a compulsory briefing. You need to make sure when you are there, you are looking at all the aspects of the project. How is the access onto the site? Will I need to be sort of like double handling materials if where the roads are so bad that now I need to have another truck that will you understand? So you need to make sure that you understand all of those and make sure that you are in the know-how. You need to complete your returnable documents and make sure that you check in terms of the checklist. You need to make sure that it's complete and accurate, and then you must submit before closing time. Ubufike 1 minute past 12, you've just wasted your time and your money because it's closed. So you need to make sure that you are there 1 minute before, not 1 minute after. And then what we are saying again, I did touch on this in terms of the constitution, and it is legally regulated. In terms of compliance or eligibility, CIDB registration is mandatory. You must have a CIDB registration. Again, your grading, it limits your tender value. You must meet the criteria, and you must make sure that you do have proof that you attended a compulsory briefing session, because there should be an attendance register that you all sign, because that is what the client looks at. Xa usithi kum bendikhona but andikuboni ku-register, I'm taking your document ndizayibeka ecaleni. I'm not going to look at it because you did not meet the requirements zalo tender. So please just make sure that you sign a register. As I'm saying, non-compliant tenders, they will be rejected. Sayas most likely evaluator, they start with the functionality, which is checking it's a technical assessment. They're checking your capability as the contractor. Have you done a project of this nature before? And what was the value of that project? Some of them will ask for references from the client and so forth. And then thereafter, they'll go for price and preference. So we all understand how they evaluate tenders. So, but yeah. Then what you're saying is that corrupt practices, they result in disqualification. And then the preferred tender will then be accepted by the client. But please, we must do things that are fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. That's what our constitution says. Colleagues, in a nutshell, what I was saying here in terms of your pricing strategies, we're all aware that your bill of quantities are the most common form that is being used out there. So they give you a BOQ, you price according to the BOQ. But some clients will say, here's the schedule of rates. This is now for your uncertain quantities. So give me rates in terms of that. Lump sum prices. I want this screen, it's 13,000 rands. I pay 13,000 rands. So that's a lump sum. Then you've got your cost reimbursable contracts. So again, it's what you and your client, you decide on. And then in terms of pricing for a tender, the work content must be identified. Labor, plant, and materials must be priced into that. And so as your general items. And then your risks must also be allowed for. And then your final price must be competitive and profitable for the contractor. Contractual considerations, quick one. Ladies and gentlemen, remember your contract, it creates a legal obligation between the client and yourself as the contractor. So in terms of that, it could be verbal or it could be signed in terms of a formal contract document or an exchange of letters. So what we as CIDB saying is that there are 4 forms of contracts that we've endorsed as the CIDB, because what we do is that we sit with these bodies, we go through them and make sure that the rights of the contractor are also taken into consideration. You remember me saying earlier on that you will find that you sign a JBCC contract, but you don't utilize the conditions of the contract, again, to your own benefit as the contractor. You take whatever the client is saying and you say it's fine. You understand? I mean, there's so many things that you could be claiming for, but you don't do that. I mean, you've got like big guys like about GVK, WBHO, that have got people that look into those contracts and make sure that the interest of that company are being looked after. You can't do things for free, unfortunately, you know? So you will find, Uguti, a lot of contractors, they maybe so eager to go against a client because maybe but unfortunately, you're also putting yourself out of business. You know? So please just make sure that you understand exactly the conditions of that. You've got a FIDIC. I think your ESCOMs and your Transnet, sorry? They use IFIDIC, okay? Then you've got your GCC. This is now your for construction works, not your GCC that kutwa supplier, amanzi or whatever that you normally have in these other departments. But this one is for construction works, predominantly for your civil contracts. JBCC we all know. 6.2, I think that's the latest one. And also your minor works, which is now for your small works. And then you've got NEC. Your ESCOMs are using a lot of NECs, if I'm correct. So in terms of your construction contract, it should be very simple. What will be done, how long it will take to complete. Remember, a project has got a start and an end. It's not an open-ended thing. So you must start on this date, you must finish on this date. How much and when will my employer pay? Deputy Minister was talking about 30 days. So you must know, Guti, if I don't get paid by the time that I've submitted my invoice after your payment certificate has been submitted by the QS, 30 days, you can start charging interest. You guys are not doing that. It's in. You're seven. But a contract each almost and it in sign a contract. But those are your rights as the contractor. You can enforce them, but you must also know Guti, how then are you going to be able to continue the project ungapatalwang? You tell me? Yes. Paid, yeah. Correct. So please, make sure that you manage that. Again, I've mentioned your interim payment certificates. The contract says that every month there must be a certificate that is issued. Even if it's a zero certificate, it must be issued. See, Evan? Yes, you must have that paper trail. Even if it's zero, you must have an IPC issued by your QS. Variations that affect the price and the time. There's a variation order, and it says, Guti, you must now build a wall, for example, Eldong. You must take into consideration that it's going to take time for Ukwenza Latong. And if you fake Londo, a client will hold you ukuthi kufanele ngiyigqibile le project get date till. Uyilibele ngokuba bethe kuwe phinda unyusa Eldonga ulenze ezinye meters. So you need to be very careful when there are variation orders. Make sure that you are also protecting yourself, because uba uyigqibanga le project ngala date kuza kwenzeka ntoni? Penalties. Now when you start getting into penalties, it's putting you out of pocket. It's going into your profit margins. So we need to be very careful, colleagues. Retention, again, you have retentions. You can choose in terms of the contract that you've signed. Is the client going to take a retention, or you're going to provide a guarantee? Now, this is in terms of defects that might happen on the project that you will need to rectify. And then in terms of disputes, you must follow the contractual procedures. Disputes, you all know there's arbitration, litigation, mediation, conciliation, and so forth. So you just need to follow whichever one that will be applicable on that project. So what we're saying is that there's a contractor's lien. It protects your rights as the contractor. You've got something that you can retain the site if you get into a dispute about payments or whatever with the client. So you'll find that most of contractors, they waive that right. But it is there to protect you. as the contractor. Colleagues, as I was saying, administering a contract, the information, as I said, is in the document. So it's a management of the contractual rights and obligations. You have to manage your own contractual rights. And if you don't do that, it's going to be a problem for you. Contract communication, site instructions, they must be written. You cannot execute a verbal contract instruction. Site instruction must be written down. There must be a site instruction book. Now, when you are requesting information, you need to do an RFI to your consultants to make sure that it's there is proof, because you must be protected. Now I get instructed verbally to go and do 10 more bases that were not part of the contract, because now they've discovered in terms of their design that there are flaws. And then they say you must do that, and then we'll claim up. You're gone? So you need to make sure that you've got that thing in writing. I mean, that's what I'm saying, is that poor communication leads to disputes. You need to make sure that you communicate and it's open communication. Managing time, project sequencing. You need to identify your critical path. Your critical path are activities without any float. Float is spare time. They have to be done at that particular, what you call. And then your delays will affect your completion, which will result into penalties. And then what you're saying is that completion means the work is ready for occupation. Hence the reason why you get issued with a practical completion certificate. It will then trigger the reduction of your retention. So they release money back to you as the contractor. And then late completion, you run into penalties. Preparing to start a contract, you need proof of insurance. Either the client must provide insurance or you must provide insurance. Again, depends on the contractual things that you guys sign. Provision of a performance bond if you are not opting for retention. So, as I said, once our agreement with CIVDA is finalized, we know exactly how we're going to execute. You guys are free to apply to get your guarantees, which is the performance bond. Then you must provide a preliminary construction program. You need to show the activities in a logical sequencing of activities. You can't start with the roof, go down a foundation. Awunokuqala ubeka idonga kodwa akho nto phansi. So in my travels, there was a water project sasiyenza eMntlontle at that time, then say IDT. So for DBE. So now I'm going for my oversight visits. I mean, I get to this project. I mean, how do you do a base for a 10,000 liter tank? Cloud seed, akokwa foundation. What are you expecting to happen? So it's a disaster. You know? I mean, a 10,000 liter tank. I mean, if you look at the 5,000, you can imagine a 10,000. I mean, the contractor just, wabek is 10. So guys, we need to make sure that we do things in a proper manner. You need to identify your labor. So I know I'm going to do foundations, I might need so many people. So make sure that all of that stuff you are aware of. You need to plan your material quantities. What happened there? Yeah. Your plant and equipment, and then that makes sure that you've got a smooth production. Managing health and safety. What I said, it's a legal framework. Critical, colleagues. I'll be very quick. Your Health and Safety Act, Act 85, that is your legal framework. It then goes and does several regulations within that. There's a regulations for asbestos, there's a regulation for this, there's a regulation for that. I'm sure you guys, construction regulations, you are aware of. What are your legal things that you must do on a site? Building regulations. So those all come from your health and safety regulation. Compensation fund, or your Compensation Act, Act 130 of 1993, which is your COIDA, and you as the employer have got a duty of care. You need to make sure that your employees are in a safe working environment. So if you don't do that, non-compliance, it's penalties. So in terms of workplace accidents, it's an unplanned event. You don't plan to have an accident. It's unplanned. So you need to make sure that you safeguard yourself on those. I mean, your common injuries on site, izandla, inyawo, amehlo. Nam sendinxiba sending 4 eyes is because I worked on the construction site. It becomes dusty, it becomes everything. Then it ended up affecting my eyes. You see, so those are the challenges that you'll encounter on the construction site. But what we're saying is that most of these injuries are preventable. So PPE is critical, that you supply your workers with PPE. Whenever in Doni, they must make sure that they have safety boots. But again, we safety boots, say fashion. Siyinxiba noba kuphi. Nam ndinawo amaqhuza. Ningandiboni ngathi ndibethe okick and bhoboza, ndinawo amaqhuza. Xa ndifika ekhaya ndifaka iqhuza lam, ndingene entsimini. So in terms of long-term health risks, noise exposure, dust and silicosis, and welding fumes. Those are the common things that you will encounter. Please make sure that we prevent all of those. So in terms of controls, you need to do risk assessments so that you can mitigate against that. And you need to make sure ukuthi xa kungenzeka into ethile dingayipreventa njani. You need to have produced safety plans. You must train your employees, and you must report incidents. Awukwazi uyifihla forever. Ukuthi I know izawudlula. Ayizudlula. You need to report it and make sure that you do it in terms of the proper channels. Site establishment, I'm not going to go through that. You need to make, most in terms of the layout. Make sure that izinto are arranged in a proper manner on site. Make sure that your workers, there are facilities for workers, for them to change. Make sure that there's ablution facilities. Make sure that your stores are there for your equipment. Administration, again, it goes back to record keeping, guys. Site diary. Make sure that you've got a site diary, that you record everything that are happening on site. Drawings register. You must have a register of the drawings because as new drawings are superseded by others, so you need to make sure that you've got a register and you're working off the latest drawings. It's critical because then you might find there was a drawing that was issued by a civil engineer. Kodwa wena usebenza nge-drawing that was issued 2 months ago. And for months, that has been, you were supposed to do, you can't do it because you've got the wrong information. What then happens? It affects you as the contractor. So you need to have a drawing register and make sure that you are working off the latest drawing. Correspondence, site meeting minutes, site instruction book, I did speak about that, RFI, your emails, record all of that stuff. Whatever communication that you are doing, make sure that it is written down. It helps you at the end of the day. You can also take photos. If you can take a photo. Or you've got an issue on site, take a photo, you send it. I'm sure you've got WhatsApp groups with your consultants. Very quick. I say you're landing over and driving, don't you St. John's. Do wins in Dwetil. You understand? Take a picture, send it, boom, you get a response immediately. You know? And then, lastly, colleagues, finishing the project. Work is done, it is ready for occupation. Then you get into a defects liability period, which we all know. Then your retention yako is reduced, maybe from 5% to 2.5%, depending again what you had agreed with your client. And then you've got snags that you need to rectify. Z corrections, fair beterings, is lungis. And this is fair beterings, Africans. Yeah? This is lungis, so you need to just make sure that everything is done to the required quality. Then, ukibile site ini, ukiyerish the site. You remove rubble, equipment, sheds, everything. You give back the site to your client. Ukibile mos akho need yezinto so you need to make sure that it's clean. You do a close out in terms of your financials. You recover whatever deposits that you had paid. Maybe it was for umbane or for amanzi or whatever the case might be. You make sure that you go and claim those back. Yes, you've been paying your bills every month, but some municipalities require you to give them a deposit for them to supply you. Make sure, do not forget that you must go and recover that. Then you must return a guarantee as subcontractors, critical. And then again, you must give them as-built drawings. So, I'm done. One more minute. So what we are saying is that sound contract administration protects the rights of all parties. We clear. Good planning ensures profitability because what you do, you plan, you do it once. You don't have to go back and redo the thing again. Safety and quality, non-negotiable. Because if your quality is up, left, come back and fix. And then what does it do? It affects your pocket. Safety, if you don't comply with your legal requirements, it will come back and hit you in your pocket. So those two things are critical. Naganjani. And then what then does is that it builds your reputation as a contractor. That you are a capable, competent contractor. So, ladies and gentlemen, all this information, as I said, is in this book. You can read it, na nini na, na pina. If you want to understand, this is basically a Bible in terms of construction industry. I mean, as the legislation and laws change, we will update this. You understand? Make sure that we are giving you guys information current. Thank you very much. I now put it to the floor for questions. Thanks. Uzayifumana ipisho. Guys, the mic. Yes, sir. Remember what I said when I started, ne? Now you're going to be answering questions, so I'm hoping. Oh, okay, sure.
Colleagues, ndiunono umkhululi umthakatsha, i-provincial manager SADB based in Cape. Thanks, Alex, for the lecture. Yeah, it was very much informative, and I've got some highlights in anticipation of questions that will come from the floor. One, you've mentioned NHRPC, that contractors who are doing home building projects are not necessarily required to register with CIDP. However, when you come, because remember, housing projects can be low-hanging fruits. And remember, for you, for instance, for a grade 1, as much as your tender limit is 500,000, but if you have done works to the value of 130,000, you can upgrade to grade 2. But then if you had a project, housing project, to the housing quantum of more than just over 200,000, then it fast tracks and accelerates you to quickly go to grade 2. But then what you need to do when you come to us, you are not required to be at CIDP when you build a house, but when you come to register for a housing project that you have undertaken, then you need to be registered with NSPRC. That will be a requirement. 2, there are guidelines I can share with you. Probably you'll take my email address. There are guidelines that we have at CIDP, and then there will also be a need for a contract between you and the house owner if it's one house. Building plans if it's municipality, occupation of the house owner, and many other guidelines. It's not a lot. So we require those so that we can consider the amounts that you want to leverage so that you upgrade on our system using the housing project. You are not required by NSPRC, but you are required by CIDP to be registered with NSPRC, and then with all other requirements. And then the other, yeah.
Sorry, I don't want to cut you, ne?
Okay.
We've got time limitations.
Okay.
Sorry. What I'm told is that lunch is ready, and it is exactly where you were for tea. But I would suggest one thing, Mr. Mtakaji. Can you put, yeah. There is my office number. I'm getting the nigga cell phone, I'm getting live. There is my office number. There is my email address. So you can send me an email, you can phone me. I'll be available and I'll direct you exactly where you need to go for whatever information that you need. I'm just trying to, for time's sakes. Sorry? One.
I need just to bring it up to your attention. Thanks, Chair. Chair, the one of the FEDIC, that one is a very serious one. Because that one is not talking to us as the SMM is or the EM is. Because that one, consultants, they are all white and they are not from South Africa, as we are moving with the South African laws here. So that one is, because I see it's on the CIDB, you have to look at it because it's also in that book. So you have to go revisit that one. Please.
Which one is that, sir?
The FEDIC that is there. That one is not talking to us. Because even the consultants is not from South Africa. That one we are currently fighting that with the contractors of SANRAL. Because even the contractors is using that, the FEDIC, the book of the FEDIC.
Okay.
Please, my leader.
All right. Okay. No, I've got it. But can you there's my details, as I said. We can talk. Sorry? What happened? Who's blocking the...
Please just ask the delegates. Everybody, does it passing out the
Text.
land stickers?
Yeah.
Everybody who's a delegate. When you're done.
No, they are the delegates, all of them.
Yeah, I know. So it's all of them.
Okay.
Go back down.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we please use this door? Because you will be getting your lunch tags. Am I correct? Oh, okay, sorry. Kuthiwa ngicela nihlale phansi bazandistributela kuloo ndawo nikuyo and then niphume ngalamnyango for lunch. So, huh?
Stakeholder from academia, and that being a representative from the Walter Sisulu University. So let me just get into the introduction of our client departments. We've got the Office of the Premier, which will be represented by Nakampe Mudike, who is the Director for Rapid Response and Priority Programs. We also have SANRAL, which is represented by the Transformation Manager, and that is Tandile Makwabe. We've got the Development Bank of South Africa, represented by Tshepo Chwane, who is the head of Business Development and Stakeholder Relations. We also have the Independent Development Trust, who are represented by the Eastern Cape Regional General Manager, Mr. Grivian Sehodi. We also have Infrastructure South Africa, which is ISA, and they'll be represented by Teboho Selatile, who is the Construction Project Manager. We have the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, the Eastern Cape, who will be represented by Nolizwi Hlengwa, who is the Regional Manager. We also have the Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism. And there we have Ms. Nozipho Boy, who is the Chief Director for Economic Development. Lastly, we have Amatole Economic Development Agency, who will be represented by Avuile Kapadia, who is the CEO. So I will request that each speaker then comes to the podium and tell us about the available opportunities that there are, and then followed by the next speaker. So I won't be introducing you individually again. Okay, all right. So we have a request from the We have a request from SANRAL that they come through and present their opportunities first. So we will ask SANRAL to come, and then we'll follow the order that was initially communicated.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Afternoon to the CIDB chairperson, CIDB board members, MEC, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am going to cover, in particular, as requested, I'm going to cover the opportunities, upcoming opportunities from SANRAL. So my presentation is going to be really focused on that, given the time constraints. But also, I wanted to give feedback, if we can move to the next slide, I wanted to give feedback in terms of the programs that we are currently running, in terms of how far we are, and when those opportunities will be available. You might recall in December last year, we launched the Contractor Development Program. We launched the Contractor Development Program, which is targeting grades 5 to grade 7, grade 5 to grade 9, apologies. And it was, of course, approved by the board, as we are aware, SANRAL board. We are currently in the documentation stage where we are getting those documents through our procurement processes. And we are at the final stages of that. So we should be seeing the adverts very soon. We are hopeful that sometime in May, we should be seeing that expression of interest for contractors who want to participate in that program. And of course, we will advertise that opportunity on all our communication platforms. So that opportunity is still coming. I get a lot of calls and emails in terms of the update on that, so I thought it's prudent to give an update on that one in particular. You might also be aware that we endeavored to also establish a black industrialist scheme where we are targeting industrialists so that we capture the entire construction value chain for the benefit of black contractors. So that black industrialist scheme is still coming. In the session that we had just next door, someone raised a concern, which was a valid one, to say you could be a black grade 9 or grade 8 contractor, but you still are unable to compete with your conventional grade 9 contractors who have been in the industry longer. And that is a reality. That is a reality, and this is why we have the Contractor Development Program coming up, and we have the Black Industrialist Scheme as well. So the Black Industrialist Scheme is going to target, as I've said, is going to target industrialists. So in other words, if there's manufacturers, as an example of road marking paint, this is just one example, we will be targeting those guys, black industrialists who actually manufacture. I'm not talking about now supply and delivery, I'm talking about actually manufacturing. That's what we are targeting on the Black Industrialist Scheme. So that is also still coming. We are waiting for the Contractor Development Program to get off the ground, and then we will be launching our Black Industrialist Scheme as well. And of course, one of the main objectives of that is to level the playing field, to ensure that we can, as previously disadvantaged or emerging contractors, are able to compete with the established contractors. So the Contractor Development Program is targeting 5 to 9, and then we are going to have the Black Industrialist Scheme as well to close the gap to ensure that we are able to meaningfully participate on those programs. Apologies. Those are some of the projects that we have in design currently. Some of them we have advertised. As an example, the first one there, Vigisville to Mtata. So those are all the projects in OR Tambo. So Vigisville to Mtata has been advertised. It's currently in the procurement process and it should be closing sometime in May. I don't want to give the date off by head. I'll be lying to give an exact date, but sometime in May, we should be closing that bid. So that's a big project that contractors can look forward to. The 396, this is actually another project that will form part of the Contractor Development Program, actually. That was one of the projects that have been selected as part of the program. The 396 around Tsolo to Ngangahu, so that is also coming. Bambisane to Lingeni, Goso Clinic, which is our CD projects. When we are talking about CD projects, we are talking about community development projects, which are targeting lower grade contractors. So there will be a managing contractor for CD projects. Those who are not aware what our CD projects are, there's a managing contractor to manage the actual contractors who will be doing the work. So the main contractor doesn't do any work there. It will be the SMMs who are actually doing the work. That is our community development projects. So those are the projects in OR Tambo. I'm just trying to look at the key ones, the mega projects. We've got the N2 Mtata Ring Road. You might be aware that we've got I don't want to say a bypass. I've been cautioned not to use that word, but there will be a road that doesn't go through Mtata anymore. We'll be going around Mtata on the N2. So that is also coming in the pipeline. And those are projects in Krisani. Tsomo River to Kumango River. That was also advertised, but the procurement process failed. So we will be advertising that one as well in the next coming months. Some of the projects have been moved forward due to budgetary constraints, but they are still going ahead. So you'll see some of the projects are going to say 2027, some are going to say 2028. That's due to budgeting, but they are still on the pipeline. So those are projects in Sarab Batman. One of the key ones there would be the R72 Alexandria. That one is coming 2027, and we've got the road signs as well. That also forms part of the Contractor Development Program. Has been earmarked for the program, so that will form part of the program there. And the other one, the N10, which is also will be advertised soon. So projects in Amatolo look as you see them there. One of the notable ones is the N2 Idujwa Ring Road. Again, another bypass around Idujwa, so you don't have to go through directly through Idujwa. So that one is also a big project that will be coming soon. So something that we can really look forward to. And of course the Equa Ring Road as well. That's also coming. Also, same thing. It's a bypass around the actual town to make traveling easier for commuters. And then we've got Joe Gabi, not much projects there. I think the notable one would be the N6 bridge over the Orange River. That should be coming next year as well. So that is Joe Gabi projects currently in design and should be advertised soon. So these are all opportunities for first year, so direct contracting with SANRAL, and some of them, like I said, are forming part of the Contractor Development Program. Even contractors on the Contractor Development Program will be contracted directly with SANRAL, so that's not subcontracting opportunities. And this one is for Buffalo City. I think the one we are very close is the first one, the N6 project, the Reseal project. which should be advertised sometime later on this year. So those are the projects currently in design in Buffalo City. Nelson Mandela as well, not too many projects there, but those are the projects that are currently earmarked for Nelson Mandela. I think the notable one there would be the Colchester, and if you are familiar with Nelson Mandela, the R75 interchange, which is going to be upgraded as well. So that is also an upcoming project, also a mega project that we can look forward to. And then Alfred Nzo. Most of those projects are around the N2 Wild Coast. As you can see, the dates there, some are really close to be advertised. Maluti to Kasha's Neck, you will know that the border to Lesotho from Matatiele, that one has, the designs are complete as well, and we should be starting with that project soon in terms of advertisement. So the designs are done. That's another massive project that we can look forward to when it comes to Alfred Nzo. Ladies and gentlemen, that is my presentation, and those are the opportunities available. Thank you.
Afternoon, Deputy Minister in absentia, MEC, BCM political leadership, board chairperson and board members present, CEO of CIDB and CEOs of other institutions that are available here, HODs, distinguished guests and fellow contractors, good evening, good afternoon. I would not start my presentation until I'm told to do so, because they said we have 5 minutes, so if I start talking, they will start counting. I will skip those, then I will just go straight to where I need to focus on. Let me... Yeah. Board Chair, while you were presenting, you said something important and profound, but that which you said, you sound a little bit apologetic about it. Construction and education has always been in the center of our people. Our great forefathers have been building houses that are solid. If you travel through R61 from Liwode to Port St. John's, they are mud houses on the side of the mountains. They survived the floods of 2019, floods of 2023, floods of 2025. Those houses are still standing, mud houses, roofed by thatch. The roads that our grade 9 contractors have contracted, they have potholes. It's reality, it's there. It's reality. So it's not true that our people are not skilled. The problem is that opportunities are given to those people who do not want to be educated. So we cannot be apologetic that for you to be a grade 6, you must be at least a built environment practitioner. It's a thing. Grade 1 to 5, yes, you can be a taxi driver, you can be a catering, it's okay. But you cannot be a grade 7 without a built environment qualification. It's not possible. Quick stuff from our side, we are running a program called Small Town Revitalization. The program itself is designed to assist municipalities by accelerating the delivery of basic services. It was born out of the frustration of our people. If you look at the table, those tables there, the table 1 there, second row, the middle row, it represents the money that we have lost as a province since 2016. That was capital infrastructure. Your MIG, RB, Gwisach, it's equivalent to about 2.5 billion. That's the amount of money that we have lost, which was allocated to us, but sector departments could not spend. What is the meaning of that? SMME opportunities, contractor opportunities, job opportunities, infrastructure opportunities, all gone. And then on the same period, if you look at the blue column there, that is the amount of money that we have spent as the Office of the Premier through small town revitalization as an intervention, which is about 1.5 billion. The meaning of that is that if we did not intervene by that 1.5 billion, the province will have a backlog of infrastructure of more than 5 billion. That's the reality. If you look at the outcome of our interventions, the number of projects that we've completed is about 131 projects. Number of projects that we've changed scope is 1. Number of projects with scope reduction is 1. But the key part there is number of projects terminated. Chair, when we say terminated to us, it means contractor terminated, performance guarantee recalled, reinvested back in the project being completed. That's our definition of termination. We only have one project that went through that process. Number of municipalities that are currently benefiting is 25. And then the last table number 3, it shows you socio-economic impact. Number of jobs that were created is 13,700. Number of SMME opportunities created there is 378. The amount of money that went to SMME pocket is 515 million. Number of students graduated through the program. These are the built environment students that have completed their theoretical work but lacked practical experience to obtain their qualification is 210. And about 90% of those students are working. Some they are working for AGSA, some are working for consulting companies that are doing work with us as we speak today. And then lastly, in terms of the amount of money that we had from 2025 up until 2028, it's about 419 million. That's the budget that we have currently. We've already spent about 148 million of that last month, ending March. I will skip that, and then I will go straight the opportunities that are existing. In terms of the opportunities that are existing, Chair, as our commitment from Office of the Premier, we have those municipalities that we are currently running projects as we speak. So those SMME grade 1 to 3 that are coming from those local municipalities. If you're coming from Ntabankulu, Mbashe, Ngoshwa, Amahlati, KSD, Gokama, Makana, Inokumgijima, Ntsika Yetu, and Emalahleni. Before you leave here, we will communicate with the CEO of CIDB so that they can give you a certificate of attendance for this program. We will give you work packages if you are coming from that. So you will wait for us here. We will take your name. We will deliberately put out a tender document, put that certificate of attendance as a functionality, and we give it 60 points as a score. So if you look at in terms of the amount of money that we have for 2026-27, starting from this month, it's about 197 million across those municipalities. In Ntabankulu, we are doing internal streets. The project is currently on completion. It's about 60 to 70% completion. Mbashe, it's on construction, 60 to 70% progress there. Ngoshwa, phase 1 is currently on tender evaluation. Phase 2 will be going out on tender before the end of July. We do have both electrification and internal streets. Amahlati, Keiskamahuk, the contractor was handed over in April. Construction's about 5 to 10% there. We do both Keiskamahuk and Stataram. We do both roads and internal streets. KSD, we will be doing surfacing of Mkanduli internal street phase 2, the road that goes to the township there. Kokama, we are doing DLTC. We are completing that project in Jobetina. Magana, we are doing surfacing of internal street. We have done with phase 1. We will then now be covering those internal streets that are used for Grahamstown Festival. And then we also do electrification there, and we are also going to be doing a new DLTC in Makana. In Okumgijima, we will refurbishment of electricity. Those are substation, you are Ebden, Alexandria, Queen Industrial, and Western Substation. That tender, it's going out again on re-advertisement. They advertised, and then the response was not positive. We'll be going out on re-advertisement. In Tsekayetu, they have appointed a contractor recently in April in Tsomo Internal Street, and then in Kofimvaba will be going out on tender before June. Emalahleni, they have recently appointed a contractor for Dordrecht, and then for Indwe and Kakatu, they will be going out both on tender in June, July, and August. So those are the opportunities that are currently existing. So those opportunities that we are talking about will be for your grade 4 upwards. For those grade 1 to 3, those that are here, your opportunities are secured. So in terms of the lessons that we have learned and also the remedial action that we implement, we have environmental issues that are of concern. A key part is Port St. John's and Mbashe. Port St. John's, the forest there is declared environmental sensitive. You cannot cut the trees and the stuff. So then it pushes you to change your design and also spend a lot of time implementing other construction methodologies. And then the funny one is Siibana and Msikita in the Koluwebol in Mbashe. That's where it's the breeding ground for Cape vultures. Unfortunately, we could not construct there. That road was planned in 2010, it was stuck up until we intervened at the office of the Premier. We were caught in between because the community were saying that these birds found us here. And unfortunately, we do not have roads to access basic service facilities. The Cape unions and Cape volunteers and vultures people then, they were saying, you can't blast because you are going to distract the animals. We ended up reaching a compromise with the department. They have given us a permit to operate during off-season of the breeding period. And then those 2 roads, we can safely say they are completed. And then lastly, it's over and underestimate of project budget and design options by consultants. Some consultants, they still, they do cut and paste. The design report that they did for one municipality, they will simply change the name of the municipality and charge the municipality for that design. So we prevent that by partnering with MISA, Provincial Treasury, we do gate reviews. So if we implement a project as OTP, every stage you present to OTP, MISA, and Treasury, and then they review. Those reviews will be signed off by MISA because they are professional registered engineers representing the municipality. And then second last is lack of cash flows and expenditure and experience from SMME. What we do there, in all our projects, SMME packages are under provisional sums. In all our projects. If you look at our tender document, SMME packages under provisional sums, you can't underquote, you can't touch those. That's what we do. And then we further also train those SMMEs and also assist them in terms of procurement of material. The challenge that we are experiencing here is that if you transfer money to the SMMEs and say, here is money, go buy material, they go and stay in a hotel and leave site. That is the reality, and that's the challenge that we are experiencing. So you are caught in that situation. You want to support them. In the meantime, they are not proving to be trustworthy. It's a reality, I think, that also needs to be changed from the contractor side. And then the third last is underpricing of SMME packages by main contractors. That we spoke about it. We eliminate that, 1, by putting provisional sums. 2, we also review tender documents. Once the municipality is done with their review process, they submit tender documents to us. We review them, specifically the BOQ, because we pay using the BOQ. The municipality appoint using the tender sums. So that's the difference. So therefore, to alleviate that underpricing and the stuff, we review. If we find that you have priced incorrectly or where you've put 0 in an item, if you ask for budget or if you ask for rates adjustment, we do not adjust where there's 0. 0 means you give us discount. So we don't adjust. That's how we eliminate that issue there. Second last is the stability of leadership. We do have to eliminate that. Fortunately now, the PMUs are permanent now, technical directors are permanent now. Previously, it was a challenge because there was instability there. We also have a technical project steering committee and also an oversight project steering committee chaired by ourselves and the MM. So that is a typical example in terms of our packages of SMMEs in a project and how we monitor them. We go as far as indicating which section in the bill, what is the description of that section, what is the amount, the total amount, and then you add VAT, and then you add the total amount. We monitor expenditure on a monthly basis. Once the contractor submits his invoices, we expect him to also report on the expenditure paid to the SMMEs. If we fail to pay the SMMEs, we take your retention, we pay the SMMEs. We have done that before. That's how we are doing it in our program. These are your typical projects that we have done. That project that you see, the Thornhill Reservoir, that is the project which was terminated. It's now completed. It's in Dlambe as you enter Port Alfred on your right. We terminated the contractor, recalled performance guarantee, reappoint the contractor, complete the project. It's now handed over to the municipality. That is a project in Port St. John's there. Above pictures shows you the flood damages, and then that is the opportunities for local SMMEs in terms of maintenance of the roads infrastructure post handover to the municipality. This is the DLTC that we have funded and completed in Mqanduli. That is the same there, and then the picture in the middle there, those are the Sibani and Msikiti roads in the Collie Wobbles that we indicate. You can see the house in the bottom there. They could not access that road for basic services, but now after the ACR intervention, they are able to access that. In the bottom there, in the bottom left there, that's a DLTC in Jobetina. Before, the community of Jobetina in Kokama municipality, they will travel to Jeffreys Bay to do their driver's license. Now that is completed, we save them money, they save time, and also municipality generate revenue. On your last there is your surfacing of internal street in Queenstown under Command. So in terms of recommendation, we hope as OTP that we will sign a provincial MOU between ourselves and CIDB so that that facility you have handed over in Butterworth must be kept busy. The SMME must start there, graduate, you come to us, we give you work packages. And then once we pilot that program, and then we hope to institutionalize across all the sector departments within the province. And then second, lastly, we also wish and hope to leverage on existing and planned provincial investment interventions as an alternative for funding for STR. Your SANRAL and other colleagues, we can partner and collaborate in terms of when you are doing your R61, we can come in as Office of the Premier, do your internal streets, and then also to make sure that not only the community benefit using your national or provincial roads, but their internal streets so that they are able to access your basic infrastructure, the schools and clinics. Lastly, the small town revitalization is a priority of the Office of the Premier. It's politically championed by the Honorable Premier and administratively championed by the Director General. It remains a priority. We have a budget. What we are talking about and sharing with you here is not what we are thinking to do. It's what we have done before, what we are currently doing, and what we will be doing with you, those who will be partnering with us. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tsepo Chweni. I'm from the Development Bank of Southern Africa, or DBSA for short. Okay, can you hear me now? All right, yes, colleagues. So my name is Tsepo Chweni. I'm from the Development Bank of Southern Africa, and I'm raising on protocols which have been established before me. So from my side, in terms of saving time, I would like to recognize everyone in the room and say all protocols are observed. I will be taking you through a presentation in terms of the DBSA, who we are, what we provide within the infrastructure space broadly, and then narrowing it down to what we have interpreted and concluded to be the challenge, specifically with the contractors that we've been working with in our programs and some of the interventions that we have put in place. to address some of those challenges. As indicated, my presentation will cover the 6 areas, the DBSA overview, gaps that we have identified in the construction sector, working with partners, our catalytic leadership role, our initiatives around central coordination for infrastructure, implementing agent delivery model, initiatives for the working capital, and initiatives for preferential procurement. So in terms of the DBSA on who we are a government development institution, and from our side, we are 100% owned by the National Treasury. And our main mandate is to finance the development of infrastructure. But in financing infrastructure development over the years, the DBSA has come to appreciate a number of things. We approve projects for provinces, we approve projects for municipalities, but they never conclude supply chain processes. Therefore, majority of you never get to show and demonstrate your skills because projects are either stuck in supply chain or in other red tapes within the public sector service. So what the DBSA has done, we have now established an implementing agent arm where we're responsible for build and maintenance. In the previous 5 years, we have been delivering infrastructure of roughly around 6 billion, and our target is to increase that to 10 billion by 2030. So every billion that we spend from our side is not spent by DBSA contractors, but is spent by you guys. So that is also an opportunity that we want to bring to the market. I have talked about the challenges that we have seen as DBSA around the gaps that are there within the sector. In the past previous months and few years, there's been a lot of challenges around health and safety competency. Buildings are cracking, buildings are collapsing, there's fire hazard within buildings, and that is mainly because of a number of issues, but one of it is around the quality of workmanship that is being delivered within the infrastructure space. We have also analyzed and understood some of the challenges that the contractors are facing in terms of having access to financial resources to undertake some of the work. So as the DBSA, we have developed a number of interventions. I will start with the intervention that is currently in development, and the reason that we have taken opportunities into this particular space is exactly because of our mandate, where we are looking to develop capacity building, we are looking for infrastructure development to not only accelerate the financing and preparation, but also the delivery and the asset maintenance and the asset management of our infrastructure. So we're also looking at leveraging the procurement support, targeting sectors. There's been a lot of talk around preferential procurement and the targets that we want to transform our society. So the DBSA is also looking at that. And furthermore, we're looking at strategic partnerships. But above all, we want quality infrastructure delivered, we want to demonstrate value for money for our citizens, and we want to accelerate service delivery. So in terms of the initiatives, one of the initiatives that is currently in development is basically for the DBSA to be a lead agent in terms of centralizing information and analyzing the information around the infrastructure pipeline so that we can be able to leverage these initiatives. In today's economy, we all know the power of information, either generation and information analysis. So basically, we are looking at developing a tool that will be able to integrate all these initiatives from implementing agents, working together with partners within the CSIR, and then being able to project in general what is the sum of infrastructure development that is coming into the market, and how do we then start to be intentional around that particular pipeline in terms of targets around women, around youth, around previously disadvantaged groups. So one of the activities that we are looking at, it's basically using the system that we have worked together with the CSIR to develop, And we have identified particularly 3 provinces where we can be able to pilot that particular intervention. And these are the provinces where DBSA already has a footprint. In terms of KZN, we know there are a lot of high strategic infrastructure projects which result from road, from mixed developments. Within the Eastern Cape, where the DBSA is involved, we are doing a lot of schools building here, a lot of clinics, and a lot of rural roads. And within the Northern Cape, the DBSA is a key funder of energy, water, and mining infrastructure projects. So we are looking to leverage that in terms of addressing these particular challenges. So the DBSA has also developed a work capital. This working capital, basically what it means, if you are a contractor working with the DBSA, at some time within the implementation of the project, you would have challenges around being able to buy material. So the DBSA as a bank, it has a ring-fenced amount that is meant to leverage and accelerate the procurement of this particular material. So what you see on the slide there is basically the qualification criteria. The people who are targeted are the contractors that are contracted with the DBSA Infrastructure Delivery Division. There will be a number of things that are required from you, your registrations, and also the credit references. And what we have done intentionally so to avoid contractors staying at hotels with the DBSA loans that are meant for material. Those funds which are made available will only be utilized under the material. So if you go to a shop that is not a wholesale for building equipment and building material, the transfers won't be able to go through. So that is one of the areas what we have done to try and manage the risk that is associated, and we're trying to keep focus in terms of delivering infrastructure. So I think I've touched on this. And you can see there in terms of pricing, we're saying there is the administration fee of 1%. Ordinarily, the implementing agents, they know what is the administration fee, 6, 7, 8% in some of the cases. For the DBSA, we're only charging 1%, and that interest is on prime. So it's very much competitive and in relation to the market. So doing all of this is no good if we don't create an environment where majority of the people can participate. And how the DBSA is doing that is that we have adopted a preferential procurement policy. So this has been now signed into the DBSA policies and is being implemented. So what we are doing currently is that we are doing roadshows, similarly like this one, where we invite other stakeholders, CIPC, the BBSA Commission, SARS, provincial treasuries, and also the local contractors and suppliers for us to then better explain our instruments and how you access them, and also how we ensure that we are prepared to bid for success with regard to the DBSA opportunities. And then over and above that, we have now been a bit more intentional that our focus, although is on delivery, but the tender process is not only about functionality. The tender process is also about social transformation and economic development. So what we are seeing there is things that the DBSA has made mandatory in terms of our bid evaluation. Your BBSA status, it earns you points. Black women ownership, it also earns you point. And then also there are other categories that we are looking at in terms of geographical location and the status of the contributor. So taking all of this into collaboration, we are working with other infrastructure implementing agents, your SANRAL, your Public Works, and also IDT and other collaborators within this particular space, just to focus around how we will be able to strengthen and allow opportunities for the transformation of the construction industry within South Africa. Thank you.
Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Grievance Rodi from the IDT, and I would like to send my greetings to the board chairperson of the CIDB, colleagues from the Department of Public Works, other implementing agents representing various entities. Can I just get some, oh, okay, I couldn't see my slides there. Okay, so I'm here to represent the IDT. IDT is a Schedule 2 entity in terms of the PFMA. We are an entity of public works. Our mandate is to implement projects and programs on behalf of government. We have a presence here in the Eastern Cape. Our offices are here in Beacon Bay. So it means any of you can walk to our offices if you have any queries about the work that we do. We also recently, in the Built Environment Recognition Awards, we were recognized for being the state-owned entity that manages to implement projects on time. We were also recognized for being the best employer on the candidacy program, and that's where we're assisting young engineers and project managers to grow in the industry and contribute to our developmental agenda. I heard my colleagues in their presentations also alluding to some of the challenges around infrastructure delivery, and we want to raise our hand and say, as the IDT, we are here, we are ready to partner with you to implement projects on your behalf. The focus of our presentation really is on the CDP program that we are implementing in the Eastern Cape. And the aim of the program is to assist emerging contractors to build essential capacity that will assist them in developing in terms of their CIDB grading. We also implement structured training to ensure that in your implementation of projects, you are effective and you comply with the requirements of the CIDB and other legislation. Our current program, Chair, comprises of 12 contractors that form part of the CIDB program. We have contractors in the 2GB, 3GB, and 4GB. This particular program has come to an end now in April, and we are in the process of developing a new CDP program. We have seen a lot of interest, and I will also talk about it in my next slides in terms of the new intake of the CIDP program. These are some of the opportunities that we created for our CDP program. It is mainly work in the space of FET colleges. And one of our biggest clients, Chair, in the province is the Department of Education. And you'll see that a lot of our projects are coming from the Department of Education. And again, I'm reminding all our other partners, other departments, that we are ready to implement some of their programs so that we can contribute meaningfully in this particular program. On the next slide, Chair, we are highlighting some of the contractors that managed to upgrade their CIDB grading during the implementation of the current phase of the CDP program that the IDT is running. I also saw some of the contractors getting certification in this particular session. So this means that together with all the other partners, we are actually doing a lot of good work that needs to be recognized. One of the areas that we were struggling with, Chairperson, is the contractors that are owned by people living with disabilities. And Chair, I'm happy to say in the current phase, in the new phase that I'm going to still talk to, we have managed to improve that particular target. Previously we were struggling, we managed to achieve 12%. So that really augurs well for the province. This next slide shows the new contractor development program that we have established. Colleagues will recall that we advertised this particular program in November, December, and we have managed to conclude the process, and it will expire in 2029. The turnout was very good, and it shows the kind of interest and the feedback that our stakeholders are showing in terms of the confidence of the work that we are doing as the IDT. We have an intake of 45 contractors, and the split is 17 in the 2GB, and we have 15 in 3GB, and the 13 in 4GB. So by the end of the program, we would like to see contractors having graduated from their current statuses to the next level of the CIDB grading. Chair, we also have some lessons to share with the bidders or the potential contractors that want to form part of the CDP program. The main issues that then causes them disqualification include submission of an expired COIDA certificate, not submitting reference letters and track records as required by the tender documentation, and suspended or expired CIDB registration documents. So in our next intake, those that did not manage to make it, may you please make sure that you then fix those areas of concern that has led to non-participation in the current CDP program. Chair, there are also other lessons learned. They are not reflected in the slides, but our partners have told us that IDT, we appreciate the fact that you have the CDP program that you are running, but when opportunities arise, you make us compete against each other. And therefore, some of us do not then get to participate because some contractors always make it. What are you going to do about it? So we have engaged with the CIDB, who have then advised us on a different process to approach in terms of the implementation of the CIDB program. So the intent is that we are going to do away with competition amongst CDP contractors and instead implement a approach where we set aside work and we allocate to the program. Okay, so in terms of the opportunities, I haven't gone into details, but in terms of our planning, we are still in the process of planning in accordance with the new financial year plans as directed by our client. We do have the flush maintenance program that will form part of the CDP program allocation. We have a sanitation program where we are eradicating pit toilets in various schools. We also have emergency disaster repairs. We also have kitchen and nutrition centers that need to be constructed in various schools. We also have subcontracting opportunities that we will provide for the CDP program, and also FET college renovations and completion projects. In fact, history has taught us that the CDP program is very effective in cases where projects have been abandoned or they've been left incomplete. Through the CDP program, we are able to then take those projects to completion. This will then be my last slide, and thank you.
I say we just want to double check the order because it was supposed to be Infrastructure South Africa before Public Works.
Oh, okay. But I can proceed, then you come after me. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I just want to see what they show. Okay.
Afternoon. DM in absentia, MEC in absentia, chairperson of the board and the board members. My Director General's office, DDG is here, all senior managers that are here. I greet you all, thank you. Colleagues, in my presentation, I'm going to first deal with the key issues when it comes to our tendering process. It's very painful when, as a department, we have to cancel a tender just because we couldn't find a responsive bidder. People have tendered, but none of them was responsive. So I'm going to give you the key things. Number one, when we advertise a tender, please utilize the documents which you are going to download from the advert. Don't try and mix and get other documents somewhere, because this is what happens. You go and get a particular document somewhere, and only to find that you have attached the document, but the document you have attached, it's no longer relevant to the advert or to the project. I will make a practical example. We have irretainables documents, and in those retainable documents, you will find that there are specific documents that refers to construction projects, and there are documents that refers to goods and services. So immediately you get a document which is not within the advert, you are going to mix, and you are going to be disqualified by submitting a wrong document. In your tender document, mainly the first 3 pages of your tender document, they will tell you the so-called substantive criteria and the retainable documents. Please read that portion very carefully, and it's very important. And that the section that is called substantive condition, that is the section which we are utilizing in evaluation. And should you not qualify in any of those requirements stated there, automatically you are disqualified. So you are no longer in the race immediately. Within the substantive conditions, normally there is a clause that is going to talk to special conditions of the tender. Special conditions of the tender, it's a few page document within the tender document. But read that document carefully. You will find, I will make an example, not far, just when I was in the office on Monday, I was cancelling a number of quotations. What the service providers have did there, they submitted, but they never read that clause for special conditions. What does it say to you? It says, in your document, do not submit a copy of a previously certified copy. We just want a copy of your qualification. You went to your previous tenders and you got copies of the CVs, copies of the qualifications that were previously certified, and you attach them. And that caused a disqualification and a cancellation of the whole process. Then, so this is our evaluation process. What is an acceptable tender? It's a tender that complies with specifications and conditions stated in the tender document. It's a bidder that have completed and signed all this prescribed in the tender document. So when you go through the tender document, it will tell you what you need to sign, what you need to submit. It's where the bidder has necessary capacity and capability. And there are documents that are required for us to be able to ascertain if you do have that capacity. And it's a bidder that complied with all the mandatory requirements. So please take care of the mandatory requirements which are more specified on substantive conditions. These are the reasons, or the common reasons, that mainly makes the bidders not to qualify. One is to be late. Time management is very important. Check the adverts often so that you can prepare your tender document, even your quotation document, within time. The non-submission of the mandatory documents, the incomplete pricing schedule. When we advertise, there is under responsive criteria, a criteria that says that you need to submit your complete BOQ. And some, they complete certain areas of the BOQ. And immediately it's that you are no longer compliant in terms of the tender responsive criteria. Please make sure when you submit, you have completed your tender document incomplete. The issues of the conflict of interest, if you have not declared one, and we find that there is a conflict of interest, then you will be disqualified. And some of these things, they can even lead to us reporting you for deregistration. Yes. Bidders registered for tender defaulters. Immediately we took that process of registering you or reporting you. You go to that defaulters register, and immediately your name appear there. No department will ever appoint your company to render a service. Misrepresentation. Some of you colleagues, we are requesting the documents that's are proving that you have done this work before. And there are certain forms, sometimes that we put in the tender document. Some of you, you don't take this document to your client or your previous employer. You sign it yourself. And when we do the evaluation, we verify with the person written in this document. And people will say, we don't know that service provider. We never worked with that person. We don't even know the project you are talking about. So immediately, that person says that you are out of the race. Submission of the copies of previously certified documents, the outdated CVs of personnel or key staff. When you are looking for key staff, make sure that the CV that you have attached, it does indicate the position to say this is your key staff. So we are looking for a mechanical engineer. You provide us with a CV, but nowhere in the CV document it says this CV is for the mechanical engineer. So please ensure that the CVs as well, they are updated. The issue of the COIDA, I can't repeat. Then let's come to the sworn affidavit. A sworn affidavit, it does not disqualify you in a tender. However, it limits the allocation of points for you to be able to get the tender or win the tender. A sworn affidavit cannot be corrected, number one, after the closing date. People use wrong sworn affidavit. You apply for goods and services, but you attach a property a affidavit, or you attach a project, which is CPM sworn affidavit. Hence, I elaborated initially to say, use the documents that are in a tender document. Also, in your sworn affidavit, make sure that you provide your financial year, the month of the financial year also does not differ from ECIPC. A copy of your previously certified sworn affidavit, you can submit an original for that particular tender. The date of a deponent in a sworn affidavit should be the same. If I'm going to a commissioner of oath, I can have my date signed as the 1st of April, but my commissioner of oath date is 5 of April. Just because, what does it mean? It means when I go to a commissioner of oath, I sign in front of a commissioner of oath. So it can have 2 dates, one document. And also not ticking on the BBBE level contributor, and also not ticking on your annual turnover. I'm trying to assist you, colleagues. These are the key things. Okay. Let us then move to the actual opportunities that are available. Okay, this is a list. This is just a list of client departments which we currently have projects that are in the process, and they are sitting in different levels. You can see. Okay. Now we are going to have a discussion with CIDP so that this document, they can put it in their page so as you can be able then to go to it and be able to go through. But these are the projects that we are having, which are some of them, as I've said, they are sitting in different stages of the procurement as we speak. Some have already been advertised, some are, as we speak, are on evaluation or award stage, some are still on specification, still to be advertised and to be evaluated. So Middelburg Agriculture is currently on the award stage. It's repairs and maintenance of electrical, mechanical at Challenge Court, that is in PE. Currently, it's on the award. Repairs of electrical at Complex Tefu. We are currently we are going to advertise there in May. Komga Magistrate, it's currently on evaluation. Gqeberha Office, Port Elizabeth is going to be advertised. Henki, Sarah Patman is on the award stage. Bisho High Court is on the evaluation stage. Makanda Magistrate is going to be advertised. And in this document, I've highlighted the CIDP gradings that are required for this project. In Cradock, Magistrate is going to be advertised. Port Alfred Magistrate is going to be advertised. Matatiel, currently in the procurement process already. Maloti is on the award. Maclear is on the award. Mtata is on the evaluation. The SAPS, MPC, Police We are going to be appointing consultants there so as they can start a planning. Thereafter, the adverts for the actual contractor then will proceed after they've completed the planning. Mthatha Police repairs and renovations is currently on planning stage and it's still to be advertised for the actual contractor. Mount Fletcher SAPS condition-based is still to be advertised. Mount Frere Magistrate to be advertised. Kofinvaba Police Station is to be advertised. 14 Sai is to be advertised. Mkanduli Magistrate is to be advertised. Elliot Magistrate is to be advertised. Next is all these projects are still in the planning phase. Their tentative date for advertising, you will see they are towards the end of the financial year or next year, which is 2027. That is Whittlesea Office Block, Komane Queenstown, Whittlesea Magistrates Office, Middle Drift Magistrates Court, Paddy Magistrates Office, Adelaide Magistrates Office, assessment of structural and integrity of routes for solar inventory power supply. It's the Komane Queenstown Magistrates Office, Motherwell Magistrates Office, Zwelicha Police Complex, replacement of faulty fire alarm, Makanda or Grahamstown High Court, repair sewer infrastructure, Peterson Magistrates Office, repair and renovations, Kickwood Magistrates Office, Ado Periodical Court. So all these, they are still on the planning phase as we speak currently. King Sports Police Complex, it's Storm River Police Station, Motherwell Police Station, East London Magistrate Court, Mkanduli Magistrate Office, Mweleni Magistrate Office, Butterworth Repairs and Maintenance, Bizana, Lady Grey Condition-Based Maintenance. So all the previous projects that have been alluding to are the CPM or WCS projects. And then this slide deals with the projects from facilities management. In facilities management, we do maintenance, the so-called day-to-day, others, that's how they know it. We are going to be having certain areas of panels. There will be panels in some of the services which we are going to be advertising. So last financial year, we were busy preparing a document, which we are ready now. It's going to go out on tender. And amongst those, we do have other projects which are 36 months term contracts, 24 months term contracts. We have East London and surrounding 36 months for hot water systems, East London services of maintenance, repair and pump, Fort Glenmoran Prison maintenance and repair of boilers, Gqeberha Coastal area, we have preventative maintenance, service and repair, fire protection. Karoo area is the fire protection. Kickwood Prison is the maintenance of boilers. King Williamstown Cluster, which is repair service for 24 months of water care facilities. As we are saying, it's a cluster. It means that there are various sites or facilities that are combined to create a cluster. Mdantsane Prison, it's the maintenance of boilers. PE and surrounding 36-month term contracts for hot water. It's PE area and servicing and maintenance of pump and associated to 36 months contract. And PE cluster number 1, service repair and operate and maintenance of water facilities. It's a cluster also there. Queenstown and surrounding 36 months term contracts for hot water systems. Queenstown area preventative maintenance service and repair of fire. Queenstown area servicing, maintain and repair of pump and associated requirements, which is 36 months contract. Sun Albans is the boilers. So this is our website, and this is where we advertise. Whether it's a quotation or it's a tender, these are the areas in which you need to get into quite often so as to get what we have advertised as a department. On that, thank you very much, Chair. That is the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mine will be just 3 slides, because I see the time is, yeah. So I'm Avuyile Klabatia from Amatole Economic Development Agency. So I won't talk a lot, just give you brief what we do. Mostly our work is based in the region, which is Amatole. So if there are entrepreneurs, contractors from Amatole, those are the ones who mostly we work with. So we are a local economic development agency owned by the district municipality who are responsible to promote local economic development in the district. You would know that Amatole Development Agency is a water service municipality, so we do have got a lot of water and sanitation projects. From time to time, they do allocate budget for us, in particular for small projects that are particularly of interest to small SMMEs, like your grade 1 up to grade 5, 6, 7, like your borehole drilling and some renovation of some properties. So that's the work that I think you would be interested on. So this was the presentation I prepared. I won't touch in all of it because it's a lot. I will just give you, these are some of the projects that we have implemented as an agency, in particular on the small town regeneration. So we're working very closely with the Office of the Premier in trying to make sure that we promote SMMEs on the projects that are allocated to the district, the small town regeneration that the OTP spoke about in Hamburg, Mahlati. So we make sure that locality and SMME development is promoted in that respect. Where there is a need for training, in particular in SMMEs that are in our database, we do assist even in terms of making sure that they find funding from agencies like CIDFA and all those agencies that fund, assist in purchase order financing. We do assist in that regard as well. So that's the work that we do. We also do stakeholder facilitation, in particular for in hostile areas. We just did a stakeholder for a UK-based company that wants to drill oil and gas within our shores, in particular in Amatole. So if you're a contractor that has got an area that is hostile within our region, you can call Aspire to come and assist you so that you implement the project properly, successful. Some of the projects sometimes don't get to fruition because of stakeholder engagement. So you can come, we work with you, assist you so that your projects can just get to fruition. So that's some of the work we do. So these are the areas we are focusing, because we are too broad. So I'll just talk a little about the area of your interest, which is construction. So we do focus a lot of promotion of local economic development in agriculture, agro-processing, heritage and tourism, oceans economy, aquaculture, and all those areas. So in agriculture, for instance, our focus and our main priority is roads towards those agricultural nodes, roads to the farms, and that. So that's our interest. So we're busy building feasibility studies towards that. So those projects are long-term. Of course, most of you will be here. I think you are still very young. So building feasibility studies to make sure that those projects are funded. You would know that in Free State, for instance, Infrastructure South Africa and the Department of Public Works are working on a project on building those particular roads, working with the private sector. So we're trying to lobby them and see how then do we make sure that for farmers within Amatole, how to make sure that all those roads from the citrus farms, for instance, in Sandys Reef, how to make sure that we build a model of that nature where the private sector and the public come together to make sure that there's access roads to those. So we've engaged them on how then we're also planning to doing sort of a waterfront within Kaimouth. They are helping us to build that feasibility study, which is Infrastructure South Africa, one of their entities. So those are the areas we are working on. So for the projects, for instance, for borehole drilling, you can check in our website, we do advertise them in our website, and that we are renovating in Butterworth. You can check that as well. I think it's within grade 6, 7, where we are renovating buildings. SMME hub, that one will come before the end of this financial year of the local municipality. So SMMEs within the space can check those opportunities. So I think for me, I will end. I don't want to take a lot of your time, but we do assist in training, facilitating supplier development training, and making sure that where you sometimes need support in terms of getting interns within engineering to assist, in particular in your projects, so that you also cut some costs so that you gain profit. We know the economy is not doing well. We do assist in some of those projects. So I think those are the areas you can come work with us as Aspire and other development agencies. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Sorry, ndifuna sikhawuleze kwa abantu bahambayo baseGauteng. Sibafumane quick before bahambe.
Molweni, Ninjani, Ndiyaphila. Everyone ready for the long weekend? Then I won't waste much time. Ndingu Devolho from Infrastructure South Africa. Utebza. I see everyone is busy number phones, so if we can go to www.infrastructuresa.org.za. That is where you'll find what we are talking about today, which is the construction book. So infrastructuresa.org.za. We'll wait for the presentation to come, Kotwa. I'll elaborate what the book is about. The book is literally a consolidation of all the projects, quick public sector, that are run specifically by the project sponsors, the SOEs. Masterclass number 1, it was mentioned, Uguti, section 217 of the Constitution promotes transparency in the procurement or procurement in the public sector, which is what we are aiming to achieve with this construction book. So we are currently on edition 2, which was launched a year ago. And if you go onto the website, you will see a whole list of projects in different sectors that are being covered in the financial year and the coming year. We have brought the focus to Eastern Cape for today, and it's changing there, but not there. So there we are. So we'll just look at the water sector, which is very, very busy and is going to be busy for at least another 2 to 3 years. Kune Oliphants River Water Resource Development Project that was supposed to have gone out to tender. That might be a little bit late. So those are just some of the opportunities, especially, so what we're trying to achieve in this book, contractors, suppliers, SMMEs, all opportunities are found in this book, and investors to a certain degree, but most times the projects that come into our book are already in late feasibility or procurement stage. So we are really targeting I'm a contractor, suppliers, and SMMEs. One of the other projects is the Mzimvubu Water Project that you still have stage 2 where contractors can get involved, and that's Ndabelanga Dam. We also have Amatola Bulk Water Augmentation System that is currently closed out feasibility stage, so that is likely to go out to tender in the next year, so many opportunities available there. And then Great transport sector, we are looking at some AXA projects where we've got Chief David Steerman. Some tenders went out late last year, so those are due for award soon. Therefore, there's some subcontracting opportunities available. We are looking at ports. This is TNPA. We've got the Berth A100 liquid bulk project that is due for tender this year as well. They were having some financing issues, but that should be going out to tender. Then SANRAL as well. This is quite a complex project, and it is financing and funding dependent, but that is ukuvuselela. And then we also have the energy sector. Eskom has been incredibly busy across the country to work on those energy challenges. So we have the Poseidon North substation that is due for tender this year. And that's just a summary of the immediate Eastern Cape opportunities available this year. Kodwa, please, www.infrastructuresa.org, and you will find a whole host of opportunities that are available, not only in Eastern Cape, but across the country. Thank you.
Molweni, good afternoon. I'll be very, very brief, very short, but I'll cover all the necessary areas, just like a miniskirt. So I come from a department called DDIT, the Eastern Cape Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs, and Tourism. So within this particular department, we have 6 entities. And the focus today will be on 4 of those particular entities. So our entities would be our special economic zones, the Kucha Special Economic Zone, that is a blueprint of all special economic zones within the country. We also have the East London IDZ that is located within this particular metro. We also have Eastern Cape Development Corporation. We have ECPTA, Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism, Eastern Cape Gambling Board, Eastern Cape Liquor Board, as well as AIDC. But the focus for today will only be on the 4, the special economic zones. So what do special economic zones really do? Special economic zones are vehicles in terms of the attraction of foreign direct investments. So what is the link then between foreign direct investments attraction and contractor development? So when they do attract those particular investments, there is a need to construct the top structures within the special economic zones. These particular structures are mainly incentivized through the DTIC, that's the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. And within our special economic zones, we are currently targeting key projects that has also been mentioned by the previous speaker. Liquefied natural gas, we're looking at 1,000 megawatts in terms of the project that has already been awarded within the Port of Ngqura, and that was awarded to SFF, that is Strategic Fuel Fund, that is partnered with TAMASA. We are also working on the liquid bulk project that she referred to from a Berth perspective, but from an SEZ perspective, we are looking at the storage component of it and the pipeline infrastructure. We already have 2 tanks that are already constructed, and they were constructed by Orion Carbon. So we are looking then to venture into green hydrogen. I'm sure you've heard of a company by the name of Hive Green Hydrogen. That is a company that is a fast mover in terms of green hydrogen within the country. We are also working within the 3 caps to ensure that that particular company gets into realization. There is also a project that we are working with TNPA, and that is the Manganese project, and that looks at the 80 million tons of manganese. That also has a port component as well as a back of port storage component that is going to be located within the Kucha SEZ Zone 9. In terms of East London IDZ, the opportunities that are there, East London IDZ is mostly heavily on the auto sector. So even though the auto sector is currently challenged, but we are doing our best to look at attracting another key investor that can come within the SEZs. In that, our COO is currently on a trip to facilitate that as well. We also work within the space of implementing agents. Gocha is an implementing agent for your infrastructure projects. They've built beautiful schools across the province and outside the province, and also working at building and resuscitating our hospitals within the province. And they do have a pipeline of those particular projects. I don't want to bore you with the list since we don't have much time. I said I'm going to summarize these particular opportunities. Other opportunities that we have are within our industrial parks that we have within the province. The Wild Coast SEZ is currently designated as an industrial park, and they are currently installing in terms of the bulk infrastructure within the SEZs. Within the SEZ, you'd appreciate that there is currently no investor there. So the opportunity is for the construction industry to then have a focus when those takeoff agreements that we've signed come to realization in terms of that particular opportunity. We have also completed in terms of the master plan for the Dimbaza SEZ, understanding and appreciating that our industrial parks within the province are challenged in terms of the security of infrastructure. But we are looking at ensuring that we complete in terms of all the industrial parks that we have within the province. In terms of the projects that we have concession projects within the tourism sector. The planned concession projects that we have that are looking at bringing in private partners in terms of the construction of these projects is the Mkambati Nature Reserve, the Cape Morgan Reserve, the Great Fish Reserve, as well as the Mpofu Fort Reserve as well. We had concessions that we had previously awarded, but as previously alluded by the colleague from Public Works, we awarded these particular concessions within the tourism, but we found out that the contractors that we had awarded could not really do the work once they had signed that particular concession and they had agreed on a price. So we are trying to work on a reasonable way on which we can have a realistic pricing mechanism. I think I'll end it here. I don't want to bore you on a Friday. Thank you.
I think sigqibile ngo. Lixesha lenu nibuze lento enifuna ubuza. Who's leaving? Only you. Okay. Usu. What about Usu? Huh? I think, okay, let me do this way. Usisile wakwa Isa Infrastructure South Africa iyahamba. So if we have any questions for her, please raise your hand. I see 1, 2. Should we just start at the back?
Chairperson, firstly, it's a comment. Thank you very much for your time.
Yeah.
Not long to go about.
Yeah.
So I think your leadership is clear. Sis, I think that leadership in front there is young and sober. The bony energy and intent. In a country that's going through turbulence, one may up on tell my question is very simple. It's through that commander in charge there, the second one. Impact, I think you actually stressed it, that your impact is in 25 municipalities. To my understanding, geologically, there are 248 municipalities in the country. 9 of them are metros. I'm just trying to understand, where is the deadlock or bottleneck there? Because clearly your intention is correct, but why only impacting 30% of the 248? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Obuzangu Isa wena ubuze. Isa uTebza. Ukhona ne question yakhe ndimkhululi. Funa abantu? I didn't hear. Sorry. Indon? Oh, Lord. Oh, okay. So ndimkhululu Isa. Ah, usahleli yena, usahleli. I get them, so fine, thank you. Okay. Anfuni silibazisane, must be quick. Okay, sorry, ke semkile. Two minutes. Okay. All right. Must. All right. Okay. Maskale ke ngoku. Kamandi xesha selimkile, so allow one question this side bambalwa, two ngapha, yeah. Quickly, one this side. Thank you, Buti.
Oh, inkosi Sihlalo, Dabulela. Owami umbuzo umncinci nje. Kukho uPublic Works, Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. Cela ubuza manje kutheni sicinezeleka because sicinezeleka ngehlobo loba ixesha elininzi nakwi-LMs i-district kusetyenzwa ngee-panels la kumsebenzi ongekho specialized, which is ke ngoku those abancinci basakhasayo abakwazi ubenefita at all. Bingulo mbuzo.
Thank you. Public Works, you've got that. Okay. Two hands this side. Mangenika usisi chance. Nigutata ba. Emidlin. Khawuleza sis.
Mandibulise nambe thunani. Ndifuna utata lo wakwa Waka Premier, yeah, ndifuna yena malunga noba grade 1 2 3 kune metro kanye mhlawumbe omasipala abangekho kula category beyibiza apha okanye kula misebenzi beyibiza. So if kukho abantu abangekhoyo ababelonga kwaba masipala babizweyo, ingaba aba bantu balapha ngaphakathi abanawufita nabona aba bangahlali kula masipala? Kumbuzo wami because abekho mhlawumbe abantu baba masipala, umsebenzi ukhona wona.
Okay. Bambile. Okay. Is that?
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. My first question comes to you, Chairperson. When you presented here, you told us that we have about 3 implementing agencies that are in here. That is SANRAL, KUHA, and IDT. And from where I am seated, Chairperson, we've got a whole lot and host of implementing agencies that are in this space. And we have, in some certain situations, a department where it has an implementing agent that is in-house. And now that creates confusion and complications for us. I just want to ask from you, Chairperson, as to say, how are you planning to build the synergy amongst these implementing agents? So to safeguard us and to make sure that the tendering process is not complicated and cumbersome, and it doesn't change from one person to another, but there's consistency in between.
Okay, thank you.
My next question, sorry, Chairperson, who gave us these writing pads to note. My next question, Chairperson, it goes to IDT, the gentleman from IDT.
Where is he? Oh.
He's still here. He told us here, Chairperson, that they have finalized the appointment or whatever for the CDPs for this current financial, the coming financial year. That amounts to 45 contractors. And then he said a mouthful and something that we appreciate, that they will have a way of safeguarding and ring fencing some work for these ones that they have appointed. My question then says, will it then mean it will be a futile exercise for us that are not part of that 45 to ever tender for anything that they would advertise as IDT? And my last comment goes to Public Works Chairperson, the lady seated here, the beautiful one. I just want to ask, ma'am, from Public Works, from where you are seated, don't you feel or don't you pick up out of the tenders that you keep on having to cancel and restart, don't you pick up that maybe your requirements and your process is too complicated for us, and you have a whole lot of requirements from us? You want to assist us to get the jobs, but at the very same time, I feel that you have too much red tape. Is there no way, madam, by means of mitigating this and by means of trying to ease things for us, why must I go around whilst I'm still busy tendering, having to gather letters of reference, whatever confirmation, and also having to get CVs, because not all of us will have these qualified people with CVs. Can't you have a process that would say, maybe we'll ask for CVs for skilled persons once the contractor has been appointed, but we do not make that a part of requirements for tendering? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Ankamuvi kwela cala. But I think the afunu pick up a last point is very, very important. It worries me because on top of that, contractors register no CITB. Napani funwe yonke inkcukacha. Uphinde xa uzotenderisha uphinde ufunwe yonke lando. CE, nangu CEO, it's unfair. It's unfair.
Thank you.
CEO is here. Uzayiphendula, uzawuthetha, ufuneka iphendulile laa nto in his address. Abantu bahambe bexolile CE. Sorry, he must not feel that I'm selling him out. He's not from the province. And then
Thank you, Chair. Oh, bendinikiwe ngalo beniphakamisi. Oh, okay.
Go that side.
Okay. All right.
Go around. Yes, but.
Okay, muza apha kuwe Chair.
Go.
Ndifuna understand man kukhona kwezilanduka o GP no EP where you put in kuphuma itender ifuna ibe into mhlambi let's say yento ye-fiber, but ifune u-EP. Ndicela undiunderstandise ne, because I made a call ne ndibuza uba into ye-fiber ifit up ne kwathiwa ayinandawo when it comes to those disciplines.
Okay.
But when it comes to izinto zayo ne bafuna into ka-EP. So how does that work?
Okay.
That's just my question.
Where's someone from CIDB who's going to answer that? Wait. Rapiri, eh? Who? Oh, you've got them. Okay. I'll see you, Kon.
Oh, thank you.
Kon umama pa back. Yes. Bese pakamsi. Sipapho mama na. Aye. Sabetu first round phinde sibuye.
Beniphakamisile kodwa.
Sawubethwa ngomama.
Thank you, Chair. I just have about 2-3 quick questions.
You.
The first one is to IDT. A lot of the times, we panels in, and I think na we report yakho nibonile iqala ku grade 2, and I think we applications in those amanzi yaqala ku grade 2. So kwezinto za panels in, do you actually factor grade 1s into the process? And then in terms of nikuvela uthetha nge people with disabilities, but ndibonile no women, I think it was about 2 companies ebez no 100% out of the total people that were payana kweza companies was listed panels. So do you actually have interventions in place to try and lure more women into these panels, to try and work towards land yobana transformation, no inclusivity abafazi ne youth? And then in terms of UCIDB, kukho lento ka potential emerging market. Eyayifakiwe xa you apply kuthiwa yes, but what you often find kwezi departments kuye kufakwe o grade 1 or higher kuzawuthatha grade 4 umhlawumbi kanye kuthiwa into ka grade 2 xa ubuza ungu grade 1 CEP uzama ungena kuthiwa into ka CIDB thina asi-apply up. So with the agents that you actually work with, have you educated them about this potential emerging market thing, and is it something that's there for us to feel like there's hope, okanye is there actually is in place to try and assist grades that are before to try and get umsebenzi of the next grade? And then ubutwe primi lento yo work packages into yamanyana ka into yo voting nje, because honestly we do want into that we can use kwezi municipalities singemki apha siye phayana kweza projects, because abanye bethu ngase Dordrecht na PPP xa sifika pha sisithi sasiyenze lento. Is there actually going to be into ezawuphuma ngale nto okanye ibiyinto entle yoba kuthethwe kuba ingulaa nyaka?
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much, good people. It's so good ukuthi sisabaningi kangaka manje. Ngizoqala nje ngolula kunawo wonke umbuzo. EP status EP class of work. Currently fiber and all other digital communications awunayo class of work. It was meant for overhead lines. We've been trying to correct this thing with clients like PRASA and others. Kodwa bakhala ngokuthi because ayikho class of work, they end up using the SHN or ESCOM. So currently, Kuma regulation amendments, there is a new proposal for this class of work, so that even if you have experience in fiber and other digital communications, you can use those to upgrading. The PE status was one of our developmental tools that was developed way back. That is quite important. But our infrastructure clients were complaining ukuthi we sometimes struggle, even with our contractors with the appropriate grade. Let's say we will grade 4 CE, PE, to perform at that level. So if we even reduce it further to take it lower, because they need to provide more developmental support. But kuma contractor development programs, we are encouraging our clients with I-7 EP status, it allows to broaden our opportunities, especially go grade 5, 6, and 7 to our contractors that are one level below. So we are still working with our clients to do that. And our regulation amendments, our proposal are actually trying to also deal with that issue. Your team. There's something we limit with downgrading, but it's not gazetted yet as a policy. For instance, it's more grade 9. In terms of our opportunities that you should be competing to, our opportunities are grade 9, not grade 8, and grade 7 as the absolute minimum. Don't move from a grade 5 to grade 2 opportunities. But Ogwamanje, that is not law. It's a proposal that the board has made to Minister. The online tendering system and integrating with other government departments, because I think the colleagues are correct. A lot of this information is in possession of the state. ID copies, CIPC documents, CSD documents, and all of those. So as a CITP, we are trying to centralize that information so that infrastructure clients do not have to request that. And our first point of call is to simplify a standard for uniformity. But that we will need to do working with our contractors with support. Ngoba bakhona nabanye like treasury departments abafuna controller that aspect with many SPD documents and others. So that when the CIDB proposes that, the industry may have to make sure that one happens.
ngoba it can really reduce the cost of doing business. Chair, there was a question directed to implementing agents and making their tendering systems less cumbersome. I think bazospendulela abanye babo. Kodwa again, my online tendering system is actually meant to deal with those kinds of issues. And this was deal even with other unintended issues like making sure that our tenders are awarded faster, less corruption, remove our tax clearance certificates and others to just simplify that process. And as a CITB working with the industry, we must just make sure that we do that faster. Possibly if we have to probably commit to doing it this year and concluding it, ngoba it's really causing havoc in the industry not having these types of systems. Thank you.
Thank you. OTP, but OTP.
Thank you very much. I think there were about 3 questions from our side. The first one was why focus on 24 municipalities opposed to about 230-something municipalities across the province? We are Eastern Cape Office of the Premier. We have 34 local municipalities in the province, 6 districts and 2 metros. So that's why we are focusing. Our footprint is on the 24 out of the 34. The remaining 34 are not distressed. And out of that 10 remaining, 5 are in the pipeline. So we are not going to focus nationally because our definition is Eastern Cape Office of the Premier. And then the second question was in relation, suggestion that if you reside outside of the municipalities that are defined there, can you come? The answer is no. The reason why is no. We are not campaigning. These are the projects that we are in control of. So we are not lobbying. We are not going to ask someone. The budget is ours. The project are ours. So we benefit the communities from that local municipality. So it's going to cause some friction if you are coming from Gokama and then you want work packages of SMME grade 1 in Ntsika Yetu. Then the last one was the work packages, are they a bluff or a campaign tool? I am not politically elected. I am a director. I deal with administration. You can come outside. I will give you your work package. I'm not bluffing. Thank you very much.
Okay. I think from the IDT we had 3 questions. The first one was, can bidders bid for projects from the IDT if they are not part of the CDP panel? And the answer to that is yes. Please keep your eyes on our IDT website. We also advertise on the Provincial Treasury website and also nationally on various platforms, including the CIDB website as well. The next one was on the appointment of 1 GB contractors on the CDP panel, and the answer is no. So we intentionally did not include the 1 GB contractors. And it is because of the kind of work that we are doing. As you know, the construction of a school is in the range of between 40 million and more. So when we establish these panels, we want to ensure that we are able to provide them work and they are able to support us in delivery of this critical infrastructure. Then on the inclusivity of other criteria such as women-owned contractors and youth-owned contractors, indeed, as the IDT, our priorities are contractors owned by people living with disabilities, youth contractors, and women contractors. I just did not go into detail on that slide, but when you tender for any of our bids and you have that ownership, then you get the preferential points, which assist you to get the project. Thank you.
Okay, the questions raised to Public Works is number one at the panels. The reason why some of the services we take them to panels is actually to ensure that there is a sharing. There are certain, for an example, water delivery and dislodge. It doesn't require to say we can have one person who can do delivery the whole province for the 24 months contract. So hence we do the panels. We are trying to say, let's get as much as possible service providers to do the service over a period of 24 or over a period of 36 months. And the issue of the signage in the procurement document, I'm hoping that the process which CIDP is currently in the process of, it will assist, because once it is finalized, approved, then as Public Works will also then follow suit and utilize such. The issue of e-requirements, which are currently too much and the CVs to be requested, after the challenge is, right now we need to ascertain if you do have a capacity to do the job. So if you can provide us with the key personnel, then we won't be able to see that currently you do have a capacity to run the project. So it's one of the things that we use to measure that. And issues of e-reference, it's still to check the capacity of a service provider if you can be able to do this job. Meaning, do you have a history of doing this type of a job before? So up until, and in terms of our documents in which will be required as CIDP states that they are busy with that process. The documents which CIDP would have requested and they are part and parcel of the information available as Public Works, then we will have to amend our tender document so as to ensure that we don't repeat the same documentation as a requirement. So basically is to ascertain the capacity, colleagues. Thanks.
Colleagues, I think Sibethwa liqesha. Liqhathwe yinja. Maybe let me say, where's CIDB? Can you raise your hand? I see Undate Payback, Rapiri. There's Mula here. So what I'm trying to say, in the last 10 minutes as we walk out, if you to CIDB now, about 1, 2, OTP to say corner for a few minutes, but I think Masiva Lengo. Yeah, so Zaimosha. Thank you very much, colleagues. I hope it made a difference. Thank you.